That's gonna make for some good YouTube clickbait thumbnails, eh? No, I'm just dicking around. Anyway, on to more relevant shit. Hey everybody! Welcome back to my cringy ass stream as usual. Hold on. Okay, I was like, I gotta make sure I'm actually live. As soon as I reached my phone, it was like, put in. Turn this back off. Yeah, there we go. I was like, let's see what happens if I fuck around and start with an opener like this for my stream. Here. There. Anyway. So, yeah, I'm back finally. I more or less finished the quarry, and so I was like, okay, the plan was to go back to FF14 for a bit to do the post-game content, right? So that's what I'm here for. But first, I kind of wanted to start off with a little chill chatting stream. Oh yeah, I gotta check my settings here. Okay, it's good. Because there was some FF14 memes and stuff and news stories that have happened while I was doing my marathon and even after my marathon that I kind of wanted to catch up on. Or rather, I watched some of these videos, but like, there's bits and pieces from these videos that I want to watch that I want to comment on that I watched already. Yeah, who knows, maybe I will actually use some of that for clickbait or something, but... Hold on. I think it was this one. There we go. Maybe I will use it for clickbait or something, I don't know. But basically, so, to start off, let's see. Before I get into commentating on some of the... Let me raise this up. Before I get into commentating on some of the YouTube videos that I have saved here, and I don't know if I'll watch all of them, I definitely won't be watching every, like... I won't be watching the videos all the way through. But, before I get into that, some of you may have noticed already, my channel went through a little bit of a rebrand. And that was because, as I said a couple times during the marathon, actually, this is a little distracting, isn't it? But you know what? I don't have another screen, so I'll just leave it at that. It is what it is. You may have noticed a couple times during the marathon, I said, mostly when I was playing FF14, I said maybe I was going to change my name. Yeah, I was thinking about it since way back in January. I know I didn't get to FF14 until like early February, but I was thinking about it way back then. And it was mostly because of... You know, I'd already mentioned before, I didn't know if I wanted to actually grow my YouTube channel or not, but I decided that if I did, I was probably going to change my name. Well, I decided to do it. I was like, yeah, sure, why not? Because I got nothing better to do. I recorded the videos I wanted to, my own personal sort of videos, I guess. And now I'm just like, let's just see where it goes. I'll go ahead and give it a shot, you know? I'll go ahead and see what happens if I try to grow my YouTube channel. But as I said before, it's probably most likely never going to become my primary source of income, so it's still just going to be a hobby. That isn't going to change. But I decided if I was going to try to grow my YouTube channel anyway, regardless of any of that, I was probably going to go with a name that I think would be... I don't know what the proper word would be. Maybe something a little bit more marketable? If that's what you want to call it. Because I pictured people coming, like, if I kept the name Eternal Student, I pictured people coming into my stream and just be like, hey, student, hey, Mr. Student. And that didn't fit with me. I was like, that's not a good look. Like, it just didn't sit well with me. I was like, maybe using my character's name would probably be a little bit better, you know? Instead of Mr. Student, Mr. Starcrest or something. So I just said, fuck it, I'll just use my character name. And that's my name now. And I also brought in my other old channel where I put Maple Story videos. I'll be putting that in my details from my Twitch stream as well. You guys can look at that if you want. So I'll be linking both of my YouTube channel to my stream and my stream to both YouTube channels. And then you can see, like, my entire history, I guess. But, yeah, so that takes care of that. Also, my fucking PC shit to brick as soon as I tried to go live earlier, so if any of you are probably here wondering what the hell happened when my stream, like, went online and then went offline, it's because as soon as I hit go live, like a minute into that cold intro with Dare over here dancing or whatever, a minute into that, my PC just fucking crashed. So I had to restart everything. So I was like, fuck it, that's a scuffed VOD, so I got rid of it, and then I redid it just now when I started this stream. So for any of you wondering what the hell just happened, that happened. But yeah, now it looks like we're good, we're still live. Phone confirmed, we're live. So let's get into this, shall we? Let's see. Transition over here. Well, this is very... Wow, I didn't think it would line up like this. Literally, the first video I have lined up is not too far off topic, if that's what you want to call it, from what's going on here on my screen. Yeah, this is, again, some of this is some old news, but I've had to, like... Let me mute my TV so there's no echo. Muted the game. Okay. So some of this is, like, kind of oldish news, but I wanted to comment on some of it, and I watched some of these videos way back when they were first posted, some of them. Most of them I actually just barely saw after I finished Endwalker, because I was avoiding spoilers. But, as I remember back then, I saved the videos, that's why I have them pulled up here now. I saved the videos because I was like, I want to comment on this on stream, but I want to wait until my marathon's over. So I finished the Endwalker marathon first, and I decided, okay, I'll just watch them later. So yeah, it's a little outdated, but most people watching this are watching this in the future anyway, on my YouTube channel. I'm not watching it live. So fuck it. So yeah. The lewd adventure portraits. And yes, Zep Live is the uploader, and he's one of the people I get my FF14 news from, along with Xenosis over here. You can see in the suggestions. Preach as well a little bit. Some of the streamers that I watch. But, the adventure place, this is actually like, it's not a reaction to a different video I got from a friend about Adventure Place and the things people have been doing with them. But, again, very timely that opening with Zara just now. I didn't plan that, by the way. I planned the opening. I didn't plan that to transition straight into this video. That was actually just kind of a coincidence. But yeah, so I'm going to play a little bit of it. What I'm going to do is I go through these videos, I'm going to play a little bit of it, and then pause it whenever I want to comment on something, because I can't remember everything I was going to comment on these videos. So there's no guarantee I'll actually go through the entire video. I might just play a little bit of it, say what I want to say about it, and then move on. So I might need to audio boost some of these videos as well, but I guess I could just raise up my desktop. No, that'll make my soundboard too loud. Never mind. Let's see how quiet this is.
Speaking of that's what she said, let's shift. Let's shift.
This is pretty quiet.
On that note,
let me see.
Speaking of that's what she said, let's shift. Let's shift. Because on that note, it's probably good if we pivot over here to the other huge problem. Well, huge problem is really overselling it. It's not a huge problem. Huge drama. That's better. In our lovely community about
might speed these up a little bit.
The sexy and lewd adventure portraits. The lewd and sexy and hot and steamy adventure portraits. Now, I made a poll on Twitter about this. Are lewd adventure portraits okay? And the vast majority of people think yes or very yes. It's okay. But then, after some discussion in the comments, it became clear that there's levels of lewd. There's definitely degrees of obscenity. So we've seen some comments from people. Here's one. Here's one where you can see a pretty rather suggestive portrait, lewd portrait. Quite suggestive of something there. She's eating a chocolate bar, you say?
Oh my god! Yes, she's eating a chocolate bar. That's totally what's going on there. Wrong button. Oh my god. Yes, that's definitely what's going on in that picture.
Okay. Now, there's another one that I've seen, and if you've heard anything about this, I'm sure you've seen it too, because this one I'm about to show you is like the poster boy for Are These Too Much? Okay. Yeah, so, now he's holding, I believe to be the handle of an axe of some kind. That is
Yeah,
the shaft of an axe.
definitely.
Just to be clear here, that is wood.
Oh, did she just say like that's wood?
just so you know. It's
What the hell? She had to plan that.
so
Her
obviously
wording, no way.
it's hilarious. So then we had to make a follow-up poll that's like,
I haven't
well,
seen this video in a while. Oh my god.
what kind of lewd is okay? Lewd, flirty, sexy is okay. Obscene, almost not safe for work. Some people felt like that was okay, too. So
Yeah, I
because
saw it in
women
April, so
people
I
are
forgot she
fine
said
with
that
some
shit. Oh my
sexiness, but
god.
There's like a debate over how much sexiness is too much sexiness. I really liked Dave's response. It's one way of throwing people off guard when entering a PvP match. It's like using Dancer LB before the match even started. But in all seriousness, so
Right,
like,
it's
obviously some
seductive,
of these
yeah.
are simulating sex acts, and I personally, as a person, me on my own, I think it's hilarious. Okay, that's my personal opinion about it. When I see that,
Me too, honestly.
I do think that there is an issue with how it shows up on people's screens automatically when they enter a PvP match as their instant portrait. So like one of these I showed you, it says Umbra. That's because like somebody just loaded into the PvP match and they've seen that, and so you are kind of shoving it in other people's face, which I'm not as comfortable with. I don't really like the fact that it is like not everybody is as comfortable with stuff like that as someone.
Wait, so you can't avoid, like, I avoid PvP like the plague. I only do frontline for the fucking EXP bonus. So you're telling me you can't, like, if you go into Crystalline Conflict, you see this? So it's almost like the League of, I saw my brother watched a lot of League of Legends and he played it a little bit many years ago. It's like that then, and it shows the enemy team's fucking adventure plates, like the character portraits in League of Legends when you start a match. It's like you're going versus these guys and it shows their adventure. That's what they're for? Like that's what they're actually supposed to be used for, and that's where they're actually used? Or displayed, sorry. That's where they're displayed? I did not know this, because I've never played Crystalline Conflict, since like I said, I don't give a fuck about PvP. That's crazy, dude. So that means you can make a super lewd, like, adventure plate portrait and then force it on everybody by going into a PvP match like this? Yikes! They should probably put an option for people who don't want to see the adventure plate portraits. Maybe I should look up a Crystalline Conflict video after this just to see what the fuck is just to see how it works. Like when you start a match, how does it show? Does it just go like shh, or how do you know? I'm curious now how it shows that. I might look that up after this.
Like me, it might be. And so in general, when playing this video game, I like to be respectful of other people. Like I feel like if it was just,
I think we all do, yeah.
Maybe if it wasn't something that showed up as soon as you got to a match that someone had to see, maybe I would feel a little different. But it doesn't matter what I think, actually. It doesn't actually matter what I think. It doesn't matter what most people's opinion is. Because I'm pretty sure this is already covered by the policy, the harassment policy. So if you look at the harassment policy for Final Fantasy 14, there's already stuff about this. So I wouldn't do it just because I think you could probably get a suspension for doing it, because here it does say that all expressions of an obscene or indecent nature are prohibited. So this is already in the rules, in the terms of service. It says this applies not only to text-based expressions such as chat, but also to expressions that use emotes and or character movements in ways that are sexually explicit. Y'all, this is in the rules. Using movements that are evocative of sexual activities. Using a combination of emotes and motions to mimic grinding against another character. This, I think all of this falls into this category. Like this, it definitely does. So it doesn't matter if I find it hilarious at all, because this is pretty much already covered by the rules. So I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I have seen some people bring up the fact, oh well, this game is PEGI 16. The game is PEGI 16, so only 16 and up should be in it. But also, I saw some people respond to that by saying, well, the online interactions are not rated. So, I mean, really, there is there's really no
That's
age
always true
at
with
which it
online
is
games,
okay to be on the internet. Like, to be fair, I don't think there's
You know what? That's a fair take,
there's
actually.
no age at which I could say that's safe and that's okay for you to be on the internet. So I don't know about.
It's
that.
never safe to be on the fucking internet. That's very
Definitely
true.
not. My fear is that they are going to start like heavily limiting what you can do with the portraits, so that we can't even see a little butt. We can't even see a little cheek. I would hate that to happen. Like, I love the sexy portraits, but I'm just worried that they are gonna crack down on this really, really hard. Okay, but they will, because they already said that they would in the harassment policy. So like, it's only a matter of time if they haven't done it already. Started suspending people for this stuff. But the fact is, like, really, if you want to see your character holding their dick or a dick, there is. Well, I probably should say like,
What the fuck?
there are mods that you definitely should not download for that nobody else can see. Only you can see. Oh man, some people might be too young to remember the time when Yoshi P gave us a speech about lewd mods. Do you remember that? Oh man, it feels like a lifetime ago. When Yoshi P we had a live letter, right? And we're all excited for the live letter, and everybody's sitting down in the watch party. And for the first like 30 minutes,
No
Yoshi
way.
P sits there having such a disappointed talk with us, and he's like, "Listen." It was like a parent who found your stash, right? He was like, "Listen, I've seen the lewd mods,
This happened?
and this is really not okay. And you guys need to stop using mods because mods aren't allowed. And we're trying to be cool with you about it. But like, do you remember that? Anyway, we are getting a little off track.
Dad found the magazine. Somebody said in the chat.
I'm in no way advising or encouraging anyone to use mods. For the record. Okay, don't.
Yes, please. Yeah, me
I think
too.
probably one of
Please
the
don't
worst
use
takes
mods,
on this
guys.
that I've seen
It's not okay. I don't endorse any.
uh,
Yeah.
people who are like,
Plus, I'm on console. I can't even if I want
you
to.
just don't want people doing this and showing it.
Hold on a second. I gotta say more about that. Dude. Can't believe how much of this video I forgot. I was so engrossed in my stupid marathon. I gotta find this now. I got more content to look for next stream. I gotta find this. I want to see the clip that she just brought up that I didn't know existed, where apparently Yoshi P was like, "Hey, listen, I've seen the lewd." What she just said, I had no idea he actually started a live letter like that. That's amazing. Oh my god, the fact. How have I not seen this? Like, he started a live letter like that, actually going, "Hey, listen, this isn't okay. This misrepresents the game. You guys need to stop doing that." I gotta see this. I gotta look this shit up. That's what this is gonna be content for next stream. Holy shit.
In the PvP and like forcing it in other people's face because you're a prude and you're a Puritan and can't you just relax and enjoy it a little more? Like, I think that's the worst take. Like, oh, you're just clutching your pearls. Are you so offended? Because like, it's like, sweet summer child. If you had any idea what the actual like not safe for work fan art and fan fiction community is like for this game, I mean the people that are all day, every day, spending their entire day working on the most obscene fan content you could possibly imagine, churning it out, like, damn it, that part of the community. These are the people that I think defend the idea of like, make sure people know what they're getting into first, harder than anybody else. Because it's like, once you open that door, it's like falling, it's like when Alice opened the door in Alice in Wonderland, she just falls. You don't want somebody to even accidentally take that step, right? You want people to know what they're getting into beforehand. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Stop being respectful. Oh, you at the source? How do you know this, Zeppelin? Wait, I mean, I just
Called out?
I just heard from other people, you know, like I know a lot of people in the community. Now, I've just been in the community for so long, and
Hold on, her chat right now, right after she backpedaled like that, she got called the fuck out. You gotta check this out. Where is it? Move this over here for a second. Down here for. Oh my god.
I just heard from other people, you know, like, yeah, to even accidentally take that step, right? You want people to know what they're getting into beforehand.
Look at the top right corner. As soon as she backpedaled.
So being respectful. Oh, you want the the source? How do you know this, Sepla? Wait, I mean, I heard. I just heard from other people. You know, like I know a lot of people in the community. Now I've just been in the community.
She's
for
panicking.
So long,
She's backpedaling right now.
So I just.
Wait till you see the.
I'm just saying.
No.
These little things. This ain't shit. This ain't shit. What I've seen.
You heard it here first. She said this ain't shit. She's seen bigger.
I'm digging myself deeper. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no.
That was very poor choice of words. Holy shit. She's like, this ain't shit. I've seen. And then she paused. I gotta rewind that shit.
This ain't shit, man. This ain't shit. What I've seen. I'm digging myself deeper. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. No, this is...
Richard is like, oh shit.
Don't hear about Analdol. Everybody is horny for Nalthal now too. It's so weird. The player base is so horny. It's great.
I'm guessing she's talking about one of like the Alliance raid bosses or something, since it's supposed to be for 12, right?
So anyway. Let me just get up for a minute. I'm gonna be right back. Yeah, we're just. Can we get a?
I forgot this was straight out of my playlist. That's pretty much it for that video. But oh my god, dude, that's insane. I love how she just totally didn't realize what she was, like, her wording when she was like, this ain't shit. Like, obviously she was trying to say, like, you know, I've seen much worse adventure plates, more loot adventure plates or whatever, but the context, like, it can be taken so out of context, the fact that she said, this ain't shit when she sees the guy holding his wood, his actual wood. It's wood. It's wood. Don't fucking remove this, YouTube. It's wood. Yeah. It's an axe handle, like she said. That's what it is. There's no way that it's anything else but that. There's no way to do that to this game. Yeah. So anyway, I love how when it can be taken so out of context. Her saying that this ain't shit. I've seen this is like, and then she realized she caught herself. God, that's probably the funniest moment in that whole video. No wonder she had to fucking pause and take a break, and the video ends there with her leaving. She's like, fuck this. Yeah. That was hilarious. But yeah. Before we move on to the next topic. Yeah, the adventure place, right? I mean, I guess I'll say myself, yeah, I've also seen not much worse. I'm gonna say most of what he saw, the one with the cat girl eating the chocolate bar. That's what she was doing. She was eating a chocolate bar. And that guy holding his axe very enthusiastically, you know, by the wooden handle. It's actually pretty tame, actually. Like, I think that's pretty much more or less on par with what I've seen. Then again, I don't exactly run around checking people's adventure plates, so maybe if I did that more often, I would see something, you know, a little bit more monka shake. But from what I've seen, yeah, that's pretty much about it. How very timely, yeah. How very timely that we would, you know, that would be our first video right after opening with this. Could have been more fitting. It's almost like I pre-planned this production that I call stream, or this mess of a stream that I call a production of some kind. I don't know. But, yeah. Anyway. Moving on. What was the next video? Oh yeah, this one I might just this one's not as. I remember seeing this one when it first came out, and it's not as funny, so we might not sit through all this one, but well, I'll let it play a little bit, then I'll say what I got to say.
Hide all players option. Now, can we get a hide all players option? Now, my first reaction to that is, why would you need that? Why are we playing an MMO if you want to hide all the players, right? Why? A better option would be to hide individual players outside of the option for hide all. It would exist even if you turn off hide all. Some RP AFKers genuinely get on my nerves. So obviously the response is why even play an MMO. And I glanced through this a bit.
Yeah, already I gotta pause and say, what the fuck? Like, you're already getting upset just from people minding their own business and sitting AFK in Limsa or something. Like, what was that guy we used to have on Zalera? Doorwedge? What's his name? Right? He literally sat by a door. Like, he lied down in front of a door to keep it open, basically. Like, role-playing is an actual door. I have one. You probably can't see it, but I have one over there that I sometimes use for my door because it closes on its own. So this person's like already complaining, getting upset, like as if their story experience, because I'm guessing that's the perspective this is coming from, someone who's basically just playing this game to enjoy the story like another single-player Final Fantasy game, is actually getting offended and upset about going into town and seeing role players doing their thing, even if they're just like AFKing a little bit and just hanging out in front of a door called Doorwedge, or just doing other like AFKers. Like, who cares? Why did that bother? Why does somebody standing there AFK bother you? That's kind of weird.
Here today, this morning, I think there is actually there's already mods that do this. There are already mods that do this.
Bonka Shake, she's talking about mods again. I want to reiterate again, I do not endorse the use of mods, okay? And I don't use them either, and I couldn't even, if I wanted to, because I'm on console. But yeah, I'm just getting that out there. Please don't ban me, Square Enix.
That you should not use, because they're illegal. And
thank you, Zeppla. There you go.
Your account. But I think it's for particular people, like basically like a void list, where if you don't like somebody, you just won't see them anymore. You know. And this person's actually has a really good point. They said that you are in a large breathing world. It's a living, breathing world. It should feel lived in as an MMO. I think that's one of the main things that makes an MMO an MMO. Even though I would say that I am a person that I am super on board with Yoshi P making the game story fully soloable. Like, I think that's a great idea. I think it's very good to future-proof the game for years and years and years and years. Even after, maybe there's a new Final Fantasy game that we've all moved on to, people will always be able to go through the main story. Even, like, after we've all moved on to whatever the next big Final Fantasy MMO is, that definitely has bunny boys and bunny girls in it. I'm thinking, like...
Of course, 100%. It's gotta have bunny boys and bunny girls, otherwise it's not a... Are you even Final Fantasy, bro? Like, you gotta have that, yeah. No, but but seriously, what she's saying is actually something that had crossed my mind before, but not exactly in that way before. I like her perspective on it. Like, so when they started doing this whole, like, the trust system and everything, if you guys see me get out of full screen, it's because I'm checking my... it's because I'm checking Streamlabs to make sure I haven't gone offline without realizing it, or my microphone noise suppressor stopped working and suddenly I'm talking to myself if you guys can't hear me. That's all I'm doing. Anyway, when they started adding NPCs for the trust system, and then that later became the duty support system so that you can play through the story with NPCs, like, so you can play through the dungeons in the story with NPCs, right? Optional dungeons still have to be done with other players. And same with trials, optional or not, and all that stuff. Yeah, it's like, that can actually give someone the immersive single-player Final Fantasy game experience that fans from the series have grown to like. And at the same time, well, that's pretty much it, and that's how far I thought about it. I hadn't actually thought about the fact that that also future-proofs the game. What she's saying right now, I hadn't thought of that at all. It actually future-proofs the game so that if this game eventually reaches its its end in terms of popularity, and they decide to stop making patches and expansions for it, no more content, and it just becomes like FF11. Just sort of, they got a skeleton crew keeping it up and running, but they're not adding new content to it anymore. It's done. It's over. And you know, they've moved on to like another MMO or whatever. It's actually, yeah, the duty support trust system thing actually makes it so that even when that happens, which inevitably it probably will, even when that happens, people will still be able to play the game without too much issue, even if there's like hardly anybody playing the game anymore, and it's like a very small player base at that point. Like Maple Story right now, I think, pretty much dead. But is it? I gotta check on it. Anyway, yeah, if and when the game dies, basically, and there's hardly anybody to play with, you can at least make it through the story dungeons that way now. Like many years from now. And that's actually pretty cool, and that might be what their actual intention is for it too. It's like not only for those people like me who like to play through the story with NPCs because it's more immersive, which is why I did Shadowbringers and Endwalker that way, but also to future-proof it for future generations who might start playing this game way after its popularity dies off. They can still experience the whole story that way because, let's see, in 6.1 they added duty support for all of Realm Reborn, right? Even its post-game content, I believe. I don't know about that. And I think 6.2 they're supposed to be adding duty support for Heavensward, and then the 6.3 will presumably be Stormblood, and then that'll be that. It'll be done. They'll have duty support for the entire game, all the way up to the end of Endwalker, and I'm guessing from this point on, there's going to be... I haven't played anything from 6.1 yet, but I'm guessing there's always going to be duty support for any new dungeons, story dungeons that they add from this point on as well. But I don't know. But yeah, I hadn't thought of it from that point of view that she just mentioned, future-proofing it. That's actually... That's like Fivehead, yeah. I hadn't thought of that. I thought they were just kind of doing it to create more immersion for people who want to play it that way now, you know?
Way, way, way into the distant future. So I'm all for that. I think it's great. But I also think that, like, the bare minimum that should be in an MMO to make it still an MMO would be seeing the other people in the damn game. Like, not necessarily forcing you to do stuff with them, unless it's like raiding in-game content. Not forcing you to do the story with them is what.
Yeah, this is something I almost paused the video to say this earlier with that guy saying, or when she first started saying it's a living, breathing world. Yeah, part of the beauty or the magic of an MMO, especially for me, is the fact that you're in this world with other people, like real people, other players in the game, just like you. I think that helps bring the world to life, like she's saying right now, or is about to say, pretty much what she's getting at. I think that's a big part of the experience, honestly. Because I think the idea of an MMO was just like the next logical progression from the single player RPG. Because I'm not gonna lie to you guys, like when I was little and I was playing like through Final Fantasy 7 and 8, whenever I finished doing all the end game, post game content, technically it's all end game, right? There's no actual post game. You don't load up the save file that's completed. Not in the old games. They haven't invented that yet. But like when I did all that end game stuff and got like my character to like max level and got them with, you know, geared out with the best equipment, the best gear possible, and all that stuff. Part of me kind of said, well, this is cool. I have 100% of the game. My characters are optimized, but now what? What's the point? I can't even show off my accomplishments or achievements to anybody because I'm in this world alone. I'm the only person here. I'm like, you know, like my mind literally went there, and I hadn't even heard of the concept of an MMO yet, but it just already was forming in my mind. I was like, would it be kind of interesting if you could actually share these experiences and these accomplishments with other people within the same world? Like if you could make like a multiplayer game like that with other people playing the same game, the same sort of RPG, and you guys can share your accomplishments with each other. Like that was as far as my brain went back then. And then so when I obviously heard of the concept of an actual MMO, when I heard about World of Warcraft and MapleStory, I was like, that's it. That's exactly what I was thinking about. You know, I was like, yeah, that's cool. You can actually play through like a story-based RPG game and then like do all this cool stuff and, you know, optimize the equipment on your characters or whatever and then show it off to other people or talk to other people about your experience with the game within the same world and like you guys can even play together maybe. Like that's fucking awesome. When I heard the concept of an MMO, I was blown away. I was like, yes, that's exactly what my kid brain was sort of touching on way back then when I thought this. Then I should back that it wasn't World of Warcraft and it was Phantasy Star Online was the first time I was really exposed to the idea of an MMO, and I was like, this is fucking cool. That's when I freaked out like that. And so then I heard of World of Warcraft back in the 2000s, and I was like, wonder why that one's so popular, but I didn't really have internet back then yet. Not until like 2005. And then I heard about it had a subscription service. I was a teenager, I couldn't afford that shit. So I was like, well, that's off the table forever. I guess I'll just stick to Phantasy Star Online. Then I heard of MapleStory, and I was like, awesome. And then I got sucked into that for 6 years. Yeah, I think I started playing in summer of 2006, and I stopped playing it in 2012. So yeah, 6 years on MapleStory. And I wouldn't trade it for the world. It was a fun experience, honestly. Got to level 200 and everything. Met some awesome people who have since moved on with their lives, but it was fun while it lasted. So yeah, I wouldn't trade that for anything. It was pretty cool. So yeah, it's just, I guess what I was getting at was the fact that I always thought the concept of an RPG game with other players in it with you was always really cool. So Phantasy Star Online was like Hoggers, and then, MapleStory, and then FF11 again was also like, I don't think a lot of people had a network adapter for the PS2, and I definitely still didn't have a PC that could run it yet. So I missed out on FF11, but probably for the best. It was still one of those old school grindy ones, FF14 is awesome because it's not grindy in the same way. The game doesn't really force you to have to do a bunch of repetitive shit over, like MapleStory. I'm just gonna say that and leave it at that. That's a whole different rant. But yeah. So yeah, the concept of MMO I think is really cool. But yes, there are some people who do just wanna like single player the whole game for the story and that's it. They don't care for socializing with people. Well, just use duty support and ignore the other players in the cities. Like, it's not that hard. Like, you can just you can put busy status on like I did when I was streaming FF14 and then you're good. Just run past everybody and who cares? Yeah, pretty simple fix. Or use forbidden magics to make them invisible. Like he touched on earlier, which I do not endorse again.
I really mean to say. But, like, having them around. At some point I remember someone saying a comment like, it doesn't remove anything from your experience to allow other people to not see who's around them, to just turn off all other players. They don't see the problem because it's not affecting you personally, but I kind of disagree with that. Like, I think it does affect you when everyone has the option to do that freely and easily, because I feel like knowing that the people around you can't see you in your, like, cursed metallic gold frog chicken chimera hybrid hellspawn outfit they got on, like, if knowing that they can't see you, that's different. It's got to feel different. Like, knowing that you're standing out in Limsa, you got your ultimate weapon, you're supposed to be, flexing your EP in there for everybody to see it. You're preening, thinking, you're standing there, you're thinking, oh, everyone's looking at me and how cool I am and my achievement, right? That's, like, to me, that's an essential part of the MMO experience. And I do feel like it does put a little damper on that. If you're like, well, what if...
That, she's right about this, yeah. That wouldn't fly too well, because there are a lot of people who, unfortunately, yeah, they're pretty vain and will just stand there just to show off their accomplishments with their weapons or whatever. It's what I was just saying, right? That would be pretty cool if you had the option to do that. I don't really do that, but because I don't really do any high-end hardcore stuff anyway, so who cares, right? But yeah, there's a lot of people who would want to know that people can see them standing there with their fucking fully decked out character with all their max level gear and badass equipment from clearing an ultimate. Knowing half those people can probably just turn off other characters and not see them, yeah, that would probably make them be like, why am I even standing here? 90% of these people have probably made it so they can't even see me right now, like I'm invisible. Who cares? So that would actually impact the game negatively. I haven't thought about that. I kind of also thought it wouldn't be a problem, but now that she mentions that, yeah. That would be, I'm being too fast, or too harsh. I'm reading the post right there. I think I'll let this video go because I think what I'm about to say, she was probably about to cut it. So
what if nobody here can actually see me? Like, I think that's kind of depressing. Like, I do not want to be running around the game like the Ghost of Christmas Past, where, like, I can only see them but not interact with other people. Am I real? I don't want to play an MMO like that, dude. It's a breathing world. And however, there were some decent points made. Here, this person has said that, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it. It's not other players only. Yeah, that make the world in the game feel real. A big portion of the world belongs to NPCs and AI, and that's completely true. Especially in Zombies 14, that's so narrative-based. But there is still a little bit more to it than that. And I don't think it's asking a lot. Like, I don't see what's hard about ignoring the people around you. Just don't, you could maybe go into an apartment or a house or in maybe the island sanctuary later. I don't know how instant that's going to be. We don't know a lot about it, but that might be a way to get.
Yeah, when the hell is that coming out? I heard about that way before 6.0. And I haven't heard anything. But I've been avoiding live letters for spoilers, which I can probably start watching those again now.
Away from people. You could maybe join a lower population server. But yeah, I agree with Magic Peanut. Not a big deal to not be seen by some people. By some people, I think the idea of the void listing certain people is not a bad idea. Like, it's so that if there's someone that you have on your blacklist and you just do not want to see them at all, I don't think that that's necessarily a bad idea. But I'm talking about like turning off seeing everybody around you. That seems really, really different. Yeah, Lilac said you can run around the world at 4 a.m. You could. I mean, you could play in off-peak hours, but I don't know if it's really worth waking.
Yeah, because everybody has a schedule or super flexible schedules where they can just play on off-peak hours. It's not really practical for a lot of us.
Up at the butt crack of dawn just so that you don't have to see people humping each other. Well, maybe it is worth it actually. You know, maybe they have a point after all. Maybe they actually have a pretty good point here. Honestly, you could just, if you want to play an MMO all by yourself, you could just play Alliance on Mal'Ganis.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who's had these experiences. I guess if you spend enough time on this game, you do see that shit, yeah. I have seen people in public in certain areas humping each other, yeah. That alleyway behind the quicksands in Ul'dah, especially in Balmoon, oh my god, dude. I mentioned it during my marathon on stream several times, alright? Like, it comes from personal experience. One time I did walk. I didn't go into the next zone, but I went enough for the door to open that leads into the little alleyway that takes you to the next zone. And yeah, there was 2 people up against the wall, just you know, going at it.
Server in WoW. You could just go play like a super unbalanced server in WoW. You'll be all by yourself. You'll be the only person in Stormwind.
Like, okay, you may think, what do you mean there's no animations? Just to clarify, they were naked, okay? They didn't have clothing on, they were up against the wall, and both facing the same direction. It was very, yeah. So, there was no way to misinterpret what was happening there, okay? I knew what was happening.
I do think that we are going to be seeing a lot more people who want this kind of stuff as the game becomes more and more friendly to solo players, more and more friendly to that solo-oriented people. And I also don't think that people are like 100% antisocial all the time or 100% social all the time. I think most of us do sort of like flip-flop between these two times where like sometimes you just want to be left alone and sometimes you want to be more social. I think most people are sort of like go between these two like modes. And I don't think players are these unchanging monoliths that want to be stuck doing one thing the same way all the time. I don't think that's really realistic. But then again, you know, going through the story, you are spending the vast majority of your time all by yourself in the cutscenes. There's like, once you start that cutscene, everybody's gone and you are all by yourself. That's just you and the NPCs there. And that's that's hundreds of hours of your play on your first playthrough. So yeah, it's just something to think about because I know that there is a lot of people who do freak out and the whole prospect of the game attracting lots of solo-oriented players, even though that is what Yoshi P said that he wants and that I strongly agree with. I think it's great. But there are still some things that are core to the identity of an MMO. Like, I'm all for the MMO expanding and evolving and adapting.
Yeah, I didn't even know that. Like, she just said, before watching this video the first time, and right now I obviously kind of forgot about that, I guess Yoshi P has actually come on record and said that he does want to attract more single-player, like, oriented video game players, like myself, I guess. Which, again, I do love the social aspect of an MMO as well. But I also very much enjoyed that I could play through the story mostly by myself. The dungeons were pretty limited. And then from Shadowbringers on, you could do it with us, you know, with NPCs, duty support and all that. I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, I thought that was amazing. But I'm one of those people who loves both aspects. I love single-player games, but I also love MMOs because you can socialize with people and all that whenever you want to, right? But yeah, I had no idea that Yoshi P had actually said that he wanted to attract that. I guess I'm starting to remember this video a little bit more. I don't know if she goes into it here, if it was a separate video, but I think she mentions that he wants. Yeah, I think I'm remembering a little bit more. Yoshi said that he wanted. I gotta look this up to verify it myself too. But for right now, whatever, it's not even a big deal. But I guess I think in one of her videos, Zepla mentioned that Yoshi P said that he wants people to kind of just, and she was paraphrasing him, obviously, but to not just be like, oh yeah, I've played all the Final Fantasy games, except FF11 and 14, because those are MMOs, and I'm just kind of more of a single-player sort of person. He wants them to experience FF14 just like they would any other Final Fantasy game. I think that's why they're adding the NPC duty support option now. For the previous expansions, because again, Shadowbringers and Endwalker already had them by default. I think that's one of the main reasons he's doing it, so that people who are fans of the single-player games can actually go into 14 and just play it solo if they want to, and then maybe after, if they enjoy the story enough and they like the gameplay enough and everything else about this game enough, maybe they'll stick around. Maybe they'll be like, you know what? I'll give the MMO aspect a chance. I'll start trying to talk to people, socialize, do Party Finder, do some of the higher end content that requires playing with other players. Why not? And then who knows? Maybe they'll get hooked in from there. It's all a sales tactic. Yes, I can see it now. Yoshi's like, this is how we get more players and more player retention. We hook them in with the single player story first, and then when they're done with that, they'll inevitably try the social MMO aspects, and then they're hooked, and they stay subscribed, and we get their money. I'm just dicking around, but maybe, I don't know, maybe the marketing team's like, actually, this is a good idea. But the marketing team isn't exactly the same team as the people actually developing the game, so, I'm just gonna leave it at that. So who knows, right? But that is pretty cool that Yoshi's actually thinking like that and wants to do that, because I definitely appreciate that. Being someone who only played single-player Final Fantasy games until this game, I finally gave this game a chance, only because of the pandemic, too. Which I think there was another video I saw about that, actually. But yeah.
Adapting and becoming more than what it traditionally has been, like widening the gate to more types of people, but I still think that there are some things that are core to the experience. Like just going into the damn city and seeing other people, okay? I don't think it's asking a whole lot to just go to Gridania instead. just go okay. Just go to Gridania
is pretty empty, yeah.
Okay?
Gridania is pretty empty, yeah. Wait, what did she say?
Maybe it's a little bit long to just go to Gridania instead. just go okay. Just go to Gridania instead of Limsa, okay? Maybe it's a little bit less convenient to the market board.
Okay, yeah, it is emptier for sure, but people still gather around that Aetheryte Plaza, and I said this when I first started streaming FF14, by the way. During the marathon, when we started Realm Reborn, I mentioned this. You can go back and see when I started in Gridania with my main character, Leon Starcrest, because and during the marathon, I wanted to show all the city-state intros, so I actually started with Alice to show the Limsa intro, because that's where her home state is. But then I switched to Leon, who starts in Gridania, and that was for the rest of my marathon, right? I mentioned literally day one of my personal experience with this game back in September of 2020. That's when I started playing the game. Day one, I made my character. I went through the little tutorials, the little instance where you're by yourself. As soon as I spawned where you could actually see other players, I walked out. I went, as the quest objective tells you, go to the Aetheryte to attune to it, right? The city-state Aetheryte. I went straight for the Aetheryte, and there was, I think it was a bunny girl and a cat girl. One of them was wearing 2B leggings. The other one was just kind of like Zera here. Well, here we go. This somehow became relevant again. The other one was just like Zera here. And they were both just... Here, I actually have the email now on all the characters, but... I think it's 5 and then... Triangle? Oh shit, what? No? Wait. Maybe it's... There we go. They were doing this. Which I later found out was the bee's knees dance. But yeah, there was a cat girl, which was pretty much had like as much clothing as Zera has right now. And a bunny girl next to her, which was wearing the 2B leggings. We all know what that looks like. And they were both dancing like this in sync in front of the Aetheryte Plaza. That was my first peek, I guess, into the player base of Final Fantasy XIV on day one. This little sprout just barely starting his adventure, and I see this in front of the Aetheryte in Gridania. Not Limsa, not Ul'dah, in Gridania, I see this. I see this with a cat girl and a bunny girl wearing the 2B legging. And I was like, I'd heard rumors from my brother. And yeah, I guess it's true. I was like, this is This is how it's gonna be, huh? Alright, I see what kind of world I stepped into. I was like, alright, I see what, my, fellow Eorzeans, I guess, are like now. Yeah, that makes sense. Lines up with what I've heard about this game. Alright. September 2020, alright, this is the first thing I see when I start playing this game. Let's go. And, hey, I mean, I'm not complaining though, and I didn't complain back then. I saw that and was like, okay, it threw me off, but I didn't complain, because, I mean, who wants to complain about eye candy, right? I mean, I don't.
You could level up and get to Charlene. Charlene is like Limsa if Limsa was clean. So, it's like if Limsa is Walmart and Brianna is Target. What is Charlene? Like, what's more upscale? Is Charlene like Trader Joe's or something? It's like Whole Foods. I wonder if people that want to hide other players have completely thought through what they're asking for. I wonder if they complain about the difficulty of trying to do fates that require a party. Or tons of other people without being able to see them. Such a good point. Such a good point. But I think that what they want is to hide all other players, but still have other players do damage. Right? I mean, you could hide other players, but then you have to solo everything.
Yeah, that's very true. Alright, so that takes care of that. And yeah, she pretty much, between when I paused the video and what she said while I was playing, that pretty much covers everything I wanted to comment on the video. I'm mostly on board with what she was saying, yeah. It's the next video I had lined up here. Alright, so she had a react video to this video. I just decided to go straight to the source video. Rather than reacting to a reaction to this video, I'll just react to the source video myself. But it's not really a reaction, I'm just commenting on certain things that were said in it because I've already seen the video. It's not really a reaction video at that point, right? So yeah, this. Why FF14 jobs are more fun than they have any right to be. So I watched her video on it, and yeah, the guy brought up some really good points. I'll pause the video and comment on them as we go, and this one I might actually, I might actually just say what I need, because I know I have something I want to say about it, but not too much. I think I'll just kind of wrap this one up a little bit quicker. Make sure the audio's going through. Okay.
You feel it, right? You get into a fight on your main job, and it all just clicks. You get into this flow state so easily, it's almost like this was what you were born to do. There's just something indescribable about it, like a kind of magic playing your job. Now, don't just take my word for it. FF14 jobs actually feel so good to play that one of the most notoriously intense types of gamer of all time, they've found a second home in it. And those are fighting game players. The pandemic was...
I'm gonna have to rewatch this VOD, my stream right now, just to make sure the audio is good, because I'm not really sure if audio boosting it with this headphone warning is actually making it too loud or not, and I won't know until I watch the video back myself, so I apologize for that in advance. Let's hope the last few videos on my YouTube channel, which will be what I've been doing right now, won't be too scuffed, right? But anyway.
Absolutely a nuke dropped on that genre, because the pandemic, they found a second home in it. And those are 14 jobs actually feel so good to play that one of the most notoriously intense types of gamer of all time, they've found a second home in it. And those are fighting game players. The pandemic was absolutely a nuke dropped on that genre, because one, netcode largely sucks, getting there but it still sucks, and offline events were obviously impossible. As a result, the siren song of FF14 spread really strong throughout the community, so much so that it's actually now called 14.
Pause it to read this. Fighting game community under COVID-19 lockdown. We in the hyperbolic time chamber. I'm gonna emerge from this with some new shit that's so sick I'm gonna be quarantined. Fighting game community 6 months later. Oh man, we out here already? I swear I just installed FF14 like last week. So, like I said, I saw these videos mostly when they first came out, but as we're going through, we're getting to more recent videos, like this was in May now. The last one was in June, I know. But like, I remember most of this video, I wasn't planning to watch the whole thing because what I wanted to say was just, did any of you guys find this surprising? Because I'll be honest, you know how I was just mentioning my first time experience about, I started as a sprout in Gridania. First thing I saw was, what's it called? cat girl, bunny girl thoughts, dancing in front of the Etherite Plaza, very naked, on my first day of playing this game, right? In Zalera, by the way. Was not in Balmung or anything like that. I mentioned that, but one of the other things that happened to me while I was first experiencing this game for the first time ever, when the pandemic started, well, pandemic technically started here in the States in, like, what, February, March? I started playing this game in September. I held out that long before I was like, you know what? I can't go out and socialize with people. I can play a video game I've been thinking about playing for the past, like, 7 years now, but never, actually diving in, where I might be able to talk to some people and get some kind of socializing, I guess. FF14, let's go. So, but when I started playing it from a gameplay perspective on my first few days, well, first like couple weeks, as I started leveling up and my opener, rotation, combos, all that started getting a little bit more complex and more complex as I started making my way through the story and leveled up to 60 and 70 as a Dragoon, by the way. I was a Dragoon of the first job. I actually had the thought, this is kind of like a fighting game. I was like, because you're having to string together combos in a very specific way to optimize your DPS, right? Especially once I later heard about proper openers and rotations once I reached kind of like the end game and people started telling me about that. I was like, oh shit. So there's like a proper sequence to do it in so that you maximize your damage at the beginning of a fight, right? And then just the wording, an opener. I don't know why, but I associated that with a fighting game. When somebody said an opener, I was like, what is this, a fighting game? Like, I literally thought that to myself. And then I saw what an opener looked like. And I was like, yeah, that's kind of like that. Like, I've seen fighting game tournaments. I've seen how these players try to catch each other. And as soon as they do, like, as soon as one of them drops their guard enough for the other one to just swoop in and start, like, doing work on them, they can sometimes just destroy them with one long-ass combo, depending on the fighting game you're playing, right? Like, Street Fighter, all those games are a little bit different. But, like, I've seen somebody lose, like, half a health bar, go from full to half from just one long-ass combo that this other guy did. And I was like, this isn't that different, it's a slower pace. He had to push buttons in a very specific sequence and timing, with very specific timing, like a rhythm game, which, by the way, he goes into that in this video, by the way. You had to, but it's really fast in a fighting game, right? So you don't really think about it too much. It almost is, like, their hands just look like going, right? But it's just, they're doing a very specific sequence of button inputs in a very specific time frame to make their character do all, like, combo into all these moves to beat the shit out of that guy before he can do a damn thing about it, giving them already an advantage off the bat, They can still come back from it, and yeah, fighting game tournaments are pretty exciting because of that, but you get what I'm saying. Like, this is just like a slower paced version of that. FF14 is like a slower paced version of that. As soon as the fight starts against this enemy, you get in there and you just boom, 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 you hit all your buttons in the right order with the right timing, and you take a humongous chunk off the boss right off the bat, especially when your whole party does it at the same time. And it's kind of a requirement to do high-end content like Savage Raid and stuff, right? And I was like, yeah, it's kind of like a fighting game, except, you're waiting those 2.5 seconds for global cooldowns or whatever, but then you're having to off-weave, or weave in the off-global cooldowns, right, in between that. And when I started practicing it for Dragoon for the first time, back in Shadowbringers, there was a different opener and rotation, but still, when I was doing it, I was like, yeah, this feels like I'm playing like a sort of slower-paced fighting game. Like, it's challenging and engaging. Because fighting games, they're too much for me. Aside from the fact that I don't like PvP and competition and all that stuff, even when I play them single player, for whatever reason, it's always too fast to do some of the button inputs have to be so fast for some of the combos in, like, Street Fighter games and all that I was just like, this is too much for me. And it's almost like FF14's like a slower paced version of that I can actually get into and find very challenging and very engaging to do and very rewarding. That's the other word I want to use. Very rewarding. And that's sort of what he goes into in this video. So I'm actually not very surprised. I myself am not very surprised to hear about this. I actually was thinking, am I the only one who thinks this way? Like, way back then. That it's almost like a fighting game, And then lo and behold, almost 2 years later, this guy makes a video showing that apparently the fighting game community got into this game, proving what I was thinking. I was like, oh, so yeah, it is kind of like a fighting... Even fighting game players think of this as almost like, similar enough that they can enjoy it. Similar enough to an actual fighting game that they can enjoy it, And I was like, that's pretty fucking cool.
Spread really strong throughout the community. So much so that It's actually now called the FGC Retirement Home. There was this major tournament CEO which hired out like a full room just for people to play FF14 on the side when they weren't actually playing fighting games. If that confuses you, you're not alone. How do people who love fighting games, these intense PvP games that need, tons of knowledge and split-second reactions, how do those players fall in love with a PvE-focused tab target MMO? I couldn't wrap my head around it either. Was it the self-improvement loop of, learning your job, learning fights, parsing, stuff like that? Or was it...
I mean, just look at this right here. The Ninja opener is one of my favorite things to do flawlessly. I main Ninja here with Zera, who's still dancing over here in a loop. But I'm actually main Ninja with her, and it's like still one of my favorite job classes. Even after Reaper came out and I started playing that and fell in love with it also. Out of Reaper, Dragoon, and Ninja's like still the funnest one for me because of the opener alone. It's just so much fun when you actually nail it. It feels so rewarding, but like it's just so intense because since they get basically haste, they get their own version of haste, which makes your global cooldowns faster. You have to push buttons way faster with Ninja than most other classes, and it feels so rewarding when you actually pull it off, and it's just so fucking cool. Like, just look at the video footage. Yeah, I'm gonna mute it for a second. Look at this. Now, hold on. To be fair, I should put it at normal speed. At that 1.35. There we go. Alright, to be fair. Okay, check this out. Obviously, this is the Ninja opener right after this. Look. There's so much going on. Like, the character can't even finish their animations for certain moves because you're just weaving into so much other shit. Look at that shit. That's insane. Like, that is why I love Ninja, though. Because of that right there. Like, how fast it is. And how fast you have to push the buttons to actually do, like, decent damage and everything. I think it's pretty fucking cool. I think he says the same thing in this video, too. I think it's also his main
PvE-focused tab target MMO? I couldn't wrap my head around it either. Was it the self-improvement loop of, learning your job, learning fights, parsing, stuff like that? Or was it just an overlap between, fighting games, or a lot of them are Japanese? Is that just the overlap? But then I noticed there's a different overlap. Final Fantasy XIV, the FGC, and rhythm games. And that's what it hit me. It's actually the way you press your buttons. Bear with me, right? So you hear this complaint from new players all the time in FF14. The 2.5 second GCD. It's slow, it's boring. With just those GCDs, you end up pressing like 24 buttons a minute maximum, and that's really, really slow. Over in World of Warcraft, that's like 1.5 second by default, so that's like 40 buttons. That's a decent bit faster. But it doesn't even really matter. As anyone who's played a rhythm game on easy will know, just pressing a button to a simple beat isn't exactly fun. That's just boring, right? Now that does get better when you're pressing different buttons. You're going, instead of duh, 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 you're going duh, duh, duh. And for context, in FF14, this is what this kind of looks and sounds like. Every new player runs into the problem of GCD clipping, right? Because the game never explains, hey, here's what the OGCD animation lock is, here's how your latency plays into that. Maybe the devs don't even fully understand it, but because you have to fit your OGCDs in there without clipping, you can't just mash. And that's what players coming from World of Warcraft will do, they'll just go, oh, I can press these at any time. But that's not true. You actually need to develop a sense of rhythm to it. It's like, depending on your keybinds, it can even feel a little bit like one or two fingers. In my case, this one would be keeping the GCD rhythm, while the other finger, in this case my index finger, comes in and hits the OGCDs. So it feels a little bit more like you're playing an instrument. As a Dragoon, for example, as opposed to the simple melee combo.
That's interesting. Like, I don't get that experience because I play on controllers and some on console, but I guess since he's admitting he plays on keyboard and mouse, right? Because I know you can use a controller on PC as well. But so he's obviously playing on PC, but choosing to play with a keyboard and mouse. That's almost like playing a piano or something. Like what he said about the fingers. Like, I can picture that, on my keyboard right now. Like, going DCD, off DCD with these two fingers. It's almost, and if you're using both hands, don't you have to rotate the camera with your mouse? Well, in those opportunities when you don't have to, I can see maybe somebody using both hands too. Well, one hand is to move your character. So you're doing this to move your character, and then doing this to hit GCDs and OGCDs. I mean, look at this. It's like what does it look like I'm doing? Like I'm imitating playing a piano or something. So he's actually, this is a pretty cool take. Saying that it's like a rhythm game, like playing an instrument.
Dragoon kind of looks a little bit more generally like this. Now, I don't know anything about music, but I was trying to figure out how to explain this, right? And I accidentally found the perfect example. I was looking at a video of a 24 beats per minute metronome, and that had a comment that explained everything. So 24 beats per minute is, 2.5 second GCD, that's how many buttons you're pressing. And this comment said, GCDs can be expressed as quarter notes, and then OGCDs can be expressed as 8 notes or 8 note triplets at that same tempo. So for comparison, here's what those look and sound like, and you may be able to see it kind of come together here. So whenever you're weaving, you're actually kind of playing the game at 48 beats per minute for a second, and if you double weave, which you know happens, most openers kill the windows, stuff like that, you're actually playing a little bit closer to 72 beats per minute, and then, you know, with SAM buffs or ninja buffs or skill speed, that goes up to like somewhere around 84, I think. But the point isn't actually like the speed. It's the fact that it changes. You've got this little mini game, which is just changing rhythm. You're not playing, you're not playing the same beat. You're not sitting at a drum kit doing the same thing forever. You're actually changing your own tempo occasionally. And that means that like every job, every little, every moment, you've got a different rhythm. You're playing something different. Obviously it's the same over time, but it's just musicality. It's musicality, physicality, and rhythm. It's stuff that like makes games more fun to play. My favorite example of all of this is actually the first maybe 20 seconds, 30 seconds of playing Ninja. It's fast, it has double weaves, it has some single weaves, it has a late weave with trick, and then there's ninjutsu, which is an absolute ton of fun. So, you know, to compare, right? Here, I'll throw on screen.
Look at that shit. All that shit that's happening with the ninja. That's why I love the class. Like, holy shit. I kind of wanted to practice my opener right now. I'm getting the itch to actually, you know, fucking grab my controller and go find a striking dummy somewhere and actually practice it. But I kind of forgot how it goes. It's been a while. Shit.
Just some ninja gameplay, like tracked by input stuff, and I'll try to compare that to other rhythm games or other fighting games, just to see how similar they might be. And I have a funny feeling they're a lot more similar than I've, you know, ever would have expected. Now, I did say that this is like an accident, right? I said this is a, you know, the combat system scuffed and that's how it's happened. And that obviously has its downsides, like, you know, Australia, Latin America, sorry you can't play Machinist because of ping. Sorry, that's just how it is. But the developers...
That sucks that you can't even play certain classes if you're too far away from the servers because of the ping. You just get too much lag, you can't keep up with the rhythm, essentially. The 2.5 global cooldown, so you can't do openers and rotations the same way as someone who's really close to the servers like me or something.
Actually do lean into this, because specific jobs have these unique elements and unique timings that actually make pressing buttons just cool. My favorite again is the mudras for ninja, because you either hit 2 or 3 buttons at a quick rhythm in like a specific order and then a different button. So for me that's like E, R, F, Q for sweet on, or, you know, E, R for right on. It's actually just a little bit of like, it's just a tiny mini game, but it is more fun than just pressing the same button again. Gunbreaker's kind of similar too with continuation, because obviously, you know, you hit your combo.
Continuation is the most satisfying thing to use with Gunbreaker. I will admit that right now. I fucking love that. And you guys might maybe even noticed, for those of you who were really sharp, when I was streaming and I was playing as a Gunbreaker for certain segments of FF14, I was really into it whenever I was doing the continuation combo. Like, the explosions from pulling the trigger on the gunblade with each one of those, just like it's so satisfying. The animations with the sound effects, it's so satisfying, and also just pushing the buttons in that rhythmic order, like boom, 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 boom. Well, for me, it's because I'm on controller doing this. You know, for the continuation combo on Gunbreaker, it's fucking amazing. I love that shit.
Which is just the one button, but then you add the continuation button, which is this like shorter little button. So you actually have this like 1 2 1 2 1 2 rhythm going on, and that's just a nice little change up from your usual combo.
Yeah, exactly. That little 1 2 1 2, it feels, especially with the animation and the sound effects, just makes it feel so fucking cool. It's so rewarding.
And then there's obviously Machinist, where you've got, you know, Hypercharge, which pulls you down to a 1.5 second GCD, and that's just way faster. But you're also alternate weaving, Ricochet and Gauss.
I'd even go so far as to say it makes up for Gunbreaker not having the Lionheart limit break, Squall's final ultimate limit break technique, right? Because Gunbreaker's a tank in this game that tanks have to use. They all have to have the same limit break, which is a defensive that protects the party. So you know, like, I think I said this on stream. We'll never see Lionheart in this game, but well, I guess Blade Dance comes close enough. But you have to play a different class. You have to be a DPS, a melee DPS, right? But still, that makes up for it. Honestly, the continuation combo kind of makes up for it because it feels like you're doing something close to that. You're just like swipe, 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 swipe.
So you've got this kind of like 1 2 1 3 1 2 1 3 going on, and it just feels really fun to play. The last example then here is Sage, right? It's got Eucrasia, which only has a 1 second recast. And that's like, that turns your healing into this quick little 1 2. So, you know, you're healing, there's a heal, there's a heal, there's a heal, oh, there's Eucrasia heal. And that's just really fun. Same with Red Mage's double cast. Now it's kind of, you know, it's just all in GCD, but the 1 2 1 2 1 2 of like instant cast and full cast is really, really fun. And the same with the melee combo in Red Mage, because that's got the faster GCD. So, you know, you're leaning back, you're going, okay, here's the cast instant. But then the melee combo goes down, and you're in, and you're going, ah, and then back out. And it just makes that, like, it's not about, you know, what you're doing, like, in-game. It's about how you, the player, are pressing buttons. And that's what makes it, I think, just so much more fun. Basically, I think the point is that the job design team actually know that the physicality and the rhythm of pressing buttons is super important to making what's otherwise slow action bar based combat actually fun, and they kind of nail it. But again, that's only one small part, because jobs aren't just the gameplay, jobs are everything else that's attached. Video games are definitely more than just pressing buttons, otherwise we wouldn't have such a big industry. And FF14 also nails almost every other part, right? The visual effects and the sound work for jobs is insanely good. There are a few things as genuinely badass as a warrior as pressing in a release and then just getting to pump Falclaves into an enemy. That grinding sound, I can hear it right now. The grinding sound, that massive arcing swing you do, even if you're like a smaller character, like a female Aura or a...
I haven't seen most of these animations since I've never played Warrior, and holy shit, that's pretty cool. It's like a chainsaw going off with it. That attack just there, and then it looked like he turned into Sonic the Hedgehog there with a whoosh. That last one.
or something, you can
Jump into the air.
physically feel the weight of the axe. And then, like Samurai as an example, stuff like the Moon Slash or the AI Jutsu stuff, it just... anyone who thinks Virgil, Sam, or like Raiden are the pinnacle of cool will also love Samurai. And I'm definitely one of them. For Black Mage then, the smirk, the smug smirk, the exaggerated posing. It's so easy to feel as a Black Mage that you are smarter, you are better, you are just so much better, more interesting than whoever the hell you just blew off the face of the map. It's like Yoshi P's character that he plays on live.
I love the mocking, sort of taunting victory pose there and everything. That's pretty spot on, actually. Pretty accurate.
Stuff with Yoshi P Sampo. The adventure plate is just this evil little Lalafell with his grin, and you know that's how Black Mage feels. And I think those are the details that give your job and your, like, by proxy, your character, because your character is that job. There's so much added flair. Like, every single job has that unique identity, which carries over to you. Now, if you haven't done this before, I actually recommend picking your favorite job and going into G-pose with your combat animations. Did you know that a samurai doesn't actually unsheath during Higanbana? They put their katana into their sheath, and they don't move it, but they still apply the dot. And that's the kind of stuff that I think is fantastic. Same with lightning striking their sword during Iki Shoten. You can hear it, you can see it, but because it's an off GCD, it's kind of hard to notice in combat. But in G-pose, you can look at it, and it's just cool. That's it. It's literally just cool. Even over on sound design, it's so good that... I don't know if this is real, right? But I was told the story of someone who claimed to know when another player was doing the rotation wrong, based just on hearing their attacks. They would like listen to the sound effects of party members, and they would be able to tell when someone did something wrong because the order was off. And I actually played a little bit with sound effects muted for a while just to see how much worse it was, and it's worse, right? But it's also harder to play. So I guess like you're not maybe paying attention, but all of that feedback of the visuals and the sounds, they all really do matter. But jobs aren't just gameplay and visuals and sound and stuff like that. There's one last part that I think...
Dude, that's crazy that somebody can actually hear if you're off on your rotation or your opener or something, like just by listening to the sound effects of your attacks. Wow, excuse me. That is a hell of a sense of rhythm and everything. Like, holy shit, man.
Is extremely key. And it actually delves a little bit into FF's history. Do you ever play a job and you just know immediately it's the one? I think most people have that main job, the one that just like clicks in your brain, like the perfect kind of, there's, you know, this hole was made for me kind of thing. And for me, that's Ninja. I've yet to play a job I like dislike, but Ninja just sings to me in every way. And then a friend of mine, he loves Samurai to the point it's...
Ninja's fucking awesome, my man. Maybe one day I'll actually do a story playthrough with like Zera or something, and I'll play as a ninja the whole game, from Realm Reborn all the way to Endwalker or something. Actually, yeah, that would be... I wouldn't mind doing that for extra stream content. And aside from that, like I actually do enjoy replaying games a lot, even RPGs. So I do have an itch to like go back and play through the entire story again. I think I said that at the end of the marathon too. That one day I want to go back and redo all of Realm Reborn all the way to Endwalker someday. And yeah, maybe it would be a good idea to do with an alternate character, just to go through it like with a different character. I guess just have a fresh Warrior of Light, a different character, you know. Do it with an alt, sure. But yeah, I think I might do that actually. Just it gives me an excuse to play through the story as Ninja, which is really fucking fun. So
it's actually a little bit concerning. While another one loves Warrior, and for me, that's Ninja. I've yet to play a job I like dislike, but Ninja just sings to me in every way. And then a friend of mine, he loves Samurai to the point it's actually a little bit concerning. While another one loves Warrior, and it's kind of hard to explain this in depth because it comes down to so many different little factors. And I think the jobs quickly become more than the sum of their parts overall. It's like the walk and run animations, the little dash on Ninja, the unique style of combat with Warrior swinging like crazy, you know, the genuinely iconic artifact gear like the level 89 Red Mage stuff, and then the characterization that you go through during job quests. The secret sauce to FF14's jobs is that like unmistakable and unique identity that they've built up over the past 10 years. Obviously, it relies on the history of FF as well, because, all the jobs are from FF. Ninja, straight up from FF3. Sage, FF3, Super Mage. A bit different, of course, now that they use laser guns, but all of those jobs are like, there's so much history. Final Fantasy Tactics A2, even the dress spheres in 10-2, kind of like the
See, we actually know some of this thanks to the fact that thanks to my marathon, I educated myself on Final Fantasy's history by actually going back to play or watch FF1 through 6 and all the other titles. We've seen where a lot of the jobs in FF14 came from. Like, specifically, which FF games they came from. Like, you just mentioned Sage came from Final Fantasy 3. What were the other ones? I'm going to slow it down to normal speed and then go back so I can hear all the ones you mentioned.
different, of course, years. Obviously, it relies on the history of FF as well, because, all the jobs are from FF. Ninja, straight up from FF3. Sage, FF3, Super Mage. A bit different, of course, now that they use laser guns, but all of those jobs are like, there's so much history. Final Fantasy Tactics A2, even the dress spheres in 10-2, kind of like the first time I saw Pain in that Dark Knight stance, I was like, yeah, that is, for lack of a better word,
surprise, motherfucker.
Oh, and for what it's worth, over in Monster Hunter, the three of us,
That's very true. FF10-2 had a humongous showcase of job classes. Some of them new and original, but some of them were obviously throwbacks to old school FF jobs from like FF3 and all that. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
mentioned, we all
Dark Knight started in FF4, right? Yeah. FF4 Cecil, then he turns into a paladin. Wait a minute. Isn't that the same arc we just saw with the Warrior of Light? Like the one from the trailer. In Shadowbringers, it was a Dark Knight, and then in Endwalker, he's a paladin. It's like Cecil went from being a Dark Knight for the first half of FF4, and then became a paladin for the second half of FF4. I didn't notice that. I don't think that was intentional, but it's kind of cool that it worked out that way. Maybe it was intentional. Holy shit, that's pretty cool. You go from being a Dark Knight to a paladin. And the main character, Warrior of Light, does the same thing. That's cool.
main the same weapons as our FF14 jobs, so once that job identity, soul. Oh, and for what it's worth, over in Monster Hunter, the three of us I mentioned, we all main the same weapons as our FF14 jobs, so once that job identity, gets in there, it's stuck. So be a little bit careful.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that. I've never played Monster Hunter, but apparently that's a thing. That's pretty cool. So a lot of the same weapons that exist in 14 exist in Monster Hunter. That's neat.
Right, we've made it this far, okay? And we just come now to how the game is actually designed as a set of gameplay interactions. And it's the part with the least to say. Everything is kind of a little bit simple, but also satisfying. In terms of the difficulty, it's about peaks and valleys with the big sweat coming in with 2-minute cooldowns, and then your maintenance combos being just, I'm going to press some combos, I'm going to take a breather, I'm going to pay attention to what's going on, and get ready for my next big phase. The design effort seems to be a lot less about what you can do to enemies, no CC, slow, stuff like that, and it's a lot more about what your character themselves is actually doing, which is kind of, I guess, how FF usually works anyway. It's stuff like, the monk trying to build up the chakras and then open their, lunar and solar nadi. The red mages trying to, balance their mana, and samurai trying to, get their stickers while they keep their loops synced. Stuff like that's a little mini-game you're doing yourself. But for those used to fighting games or rhythm games, it actually feels quite a lot like learning a different combo route or, a map in a rhythm game. And learning those sequences, rotations, little finger dances, in a way, they turn what's otherwise this, slow combat system with, jobs of, 40 APM on average, which is fairly slow, but it turns it into something satisfying. Anyway, this has just been me musing on why FF14 jobs are so sticky and so much fun to play. It's I felt it, right? But I didn't know why. So I sat down, I tried to figure it out, and honestly, this is the best I can come up with.
Yeah, so he went through a similar experience as me. I also felt like that. I was like, this is really cool. When I first started playing this game, I was just like, the combat, the gameplay is so engaging. I love this. And I was thinking that even from, level 10 Dragoon, Lancer, right? Even from low-level Lancer, I was kind of I could see where it was going. I was like, oh, so you hit this button, and then before the little rotation, the little global cooldown essentially finishes, you hit that other one to prep for the next global cooldown, which is the next attack in the combo. I wasn't using that terminology yet. I was still too new to it. I didn't know any of that. But I was just you push this button in between these two. I get it. So I was I think it was not Lance Charge. The one it's similar to Lance Charge, but it's only for one attack. It guarantees a critical attack hit on the next weapon skill. What the fuck is it called? It's very low level. Let me just check. Wrong button. I have the game turned on right now, so. We changed job classes. Let's see, it was Life Surge. Yeah, there we go. Life Surge. Yeah, you use Life Surge in between True Thrust and Vorpal Thrust or whatever. Or actually, not, I think True Thrust was the... Oh yeah, True Thrust, then Life Surge, then Vorpal Thrust. Which was, what level are these attacks? They are... basically level 6. Yeah, so around level 6 was when I first started seeing how this game was going to work, the combat. I was like, oh, so you use this, and then later when we get more skills, it's going to be more of that, basically. That sort of, you keep that sort of rhythmic pattern of, you use a global cooldown, then the off global cooldown, then another global cooldown, and then as I started leveling up, I started seeing that becoming replete. You know, it started becoming a little bit more entertaining, more engaging, it started becoming more challenging as more and more skills were added. And I had to start switching between 2 hotbars, you know. And yeah, I was like, this is really cool. Yeah, I was just like, there's something very engaging about this. And like him, I was just like, I could just sort of feel it, but I couldn't explain exactly what it was. I only got sort of hints from it. My mind was kind of like, this is almost like a fighting game a little bit. Like a little bit, you know? That's as far as I went. He took it further and said it's like a rhythm game, and I think that's actually more accurate. It's like both, honestly. It's like a fighting game and a rhythm game put together. It's really fun, which is phenomenal. Like, the only reason I'm not into fighting games is just because of the PvP aspect. That's mainly their core feature, and I don't really do that. But I do still play them single player, though, and I actually do enjoy fighting game gameplay a little bit, but only on lower difficulties, because on hard difficulties they expect you to put in, you know, to have lightning fast reflexes. The AI just destroys you if you don't. But like on lower difficulties, I have actually enjoyed a fair number of fighting games, especially back in the day when I had nothing better to do. I would play like not Marvel vs. Capcom. I think I played Capcom vs. SNK 2 a lot when a friend brought it over. And that was always actually kind of fun. I always played like on easy or whatever, but I found it pretty satisfying and engaging to go through that on like, with a few characters at least, go through the story or whatever. So yeah, this is a really good video that explains why the combat in this game can be so addicting for a lot of us,
Honestly,
including me.
I think what I have to say is every detail is carefully crafted, so the whole experience of playing a job, if it clicks for you, if it fits you, it fits perfectly. Now, sorry to any samurais out there, I now fully understand the little sword twirl, Kaiten. I know why that meant so much to you. Now, tell me, what part of your main job stands out?
Oh, that was a skill they removed for samurai, right? I think what he just said. He said, I understand now why it meant so much for you, to you.
Which buttons are your favorite to press? What is it about, clicks with you? For me, it's the rhythm of pressing buttons on Ninja, it's the little flip jumps, and it's also Shukichi allowing me to grade like crazy.
100% agree with him on this. We both like Ninja for the same fucking reason, based on what he just said.
But it also, got that little tuney, edgy little teleport dash. It just works for me. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. I hope this was in any capacity kind of resonating with you, because obviously it's nice to kind of think about why things are so much fun. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time.
He knows how to do an outro for his videos better than me. I think it's just because I still am very socially awkward and get nervous when making videos and streaming. And that was not a stream, that was him like making an actual just YouTube video, like offline and everything, so obviously he could edit it, do multiple takes, yada yada. Even if I did that though, I feel like I'd still be awkward. How many times have I done my outro for my videos and it's still fucking so funky because I get nervous. But seriously, this just gave me an itch, and I have to do it now. We gotta take a brief intermission before we go to the next video. Oh hey Sarah, yeah, it's still dancing, but not for long because, like I said, we gotta take a brief intermission. I gotta actually do the Ninja opener because I'm really feeling the itch after watching that video because he just reminded me why I love Ninja so much, and I didn't get to play it too much, if at all. Yeah, during my Final Fantasy XIV marathon because I was trying to stick to job classes that fit the theme of my character's own headcanon as well as the theme of whatever expansion I was playing to a certain extent. It wasn't a hard and fast thing. I was playing Gunbreaker for Stormblood, didn't even exist back then, okay? It wasn't a hard and fast thing, but I just couldn't find anywhere where thematically Ninja would fit. There was only like 1 or 2, maybe 3 MSQs where Ninja fit, but only because of the stealth aspect. Like the blow dart gun thing with Yugri and Yamcha in Stormblood. That was pretty much it, but I didn't actually get to play as Ninja, I just kind of roleplayed as Ninja. I just put on the job and the gear and then did the quests, and that's it. There was no real fighting though. I kind of have the urge to do that though. Yeah, let me do it. And like I said, on this character I'm main Ninja, so it's already level 90 for this character. Let's sort this real quick, I don't know why it's out of whack. Let's see. This. Proof that I made it, I got the Sasuke boots. Oh shit! There we go. Put everything down here just for that video opening. Oh wait, looks kind of goofy. Anyway, yeah, who doesn't like this when they play Ninja, right? The fucking flips. So yeah, let me... Where's the nearest... I know where to go. Oh, I should've... Well, I haven't done any poking content for Endwalker yet. I got unlocked the new Stone Sky Sea upgrade that is probably in Ratatan or Thavner. I saw it there during my stream when I was still playing through Endwalker. The big circles or whatever with the practice with the target dummies or whatever. But for now I can just use Yulmor, I guess. I'm just gonna do it like once or twice and I'll move on to the next video. I know I said I wasn't gonna watch that whole video, but I got so like engrossed and engaged in it that I couldn't stop myself because I agreed with everything he was saying, and I think it's a very good analysis video he made. So shout out to Bellular Gaming. I think that was the channel name. That was pretty cool. That was a very good video. And look, it inspired me to want to fucking... Why is Fenrir... You alright, buddy? Fucked up, man. Milady. See, it's actual Fenrir. He just... When I dismount him, he just turns into a friendly little couple with the same name. That's still him. Still him. Anyway. Let's do it. Sure, this will work. I have a picture of the opener right here, too. On my desktop, I believe. Yeah, here it is. Let's see how well my muscle memory holds up, right? But I did this opener a few times when playing through Endwalker and Zera off-stream. After I finished on-stream with Leon. Okay, so I need a refresher first. So first... Oh right, you do Futon. Might take a couple tries to get it. Like that. Then you hide to reset. And then you actually start attacking. You get behind them. And you start with Suiton. So it's... Oh, that was kind of extra. And this. And that. And trick attack, Aeolian Edge. There we go. There. There we go. That was pretty much it, I think. Yeah. That was pretty much the opener. And as I was going through it, my brain was kind of going, oh, right, this and then this, yeah. Let me see if I can get it flawlessly. I think with enough practice I can probably nail it at some point. See, what I like about using Stone Sky Sea like this is the fact that it resets. It resets all your cooldowns instantly the moment you end the trial and then go back in. So you don't have to sit there waiting for everything to cool down and reset using like a traditional striking dummy at a stage or something. Okay, so you go Let me look at it one more time and then see if I can just do it right off the bat. Yeah, it's better to go by muscle memory. Let's see if I can do this by muscle memory, and if I fuck up, I'll do like I just did right now. Let me think. And then, okay. Something was a bit off there. Alright, let me go through it again. Normally. I felt like I almost had it, but I skipped something. What did I skip? Yeah, that didn't quite go to plan. Something was missing there. Let me try one more time. Krispy Kreme's just watching. He's just chilling. Okay, so... And then here we go. I think that was it. Yeah, that's what I skipped the Raiton right after Kyosho Ranryu. Jeez, that name. The one where the shooting star, or the throwing stars that come flying out of her. I was supposed to do a Raiton last time, before going to Tenchi Jin and then using the Fuma Shuriken, Raiton, and Suiton. And then it's Matsui, followed by Fourth Raiju, Sabakakra, and then yeah, you just kind of do this until they're gone, and then you use this and one more V and it's over. Okay. It's all set up so that you do it within the trick attack window, and as well as the mug vulnerability window. And then after that, you just kind of do the standard rotation after that. Nice! My muscle memory's coming back. Let's see if we can do it one more time clean. There we go. I think I nailed it. Alright, now let's go. I don't really go past the openers. Like, I kind of just look at the opener and then that's it. After that, I just kind of improvise. Let's go for it. Let's actually try to kill it. See how far we get. I'm getting a little addicted. I forgot how much I love Ninja because it's been so long, but... Well, actually, when I played Endwalker on this character, I loved it. And yeah, this video just took me back, and I was just like, I gotta do it again. I gotta, or not play through Endwalker again, but like, I gotta do what I practiced, the opener and the... Well, that's pretty much it, the opener. I just improvise for the rest. After the opener, I just kind of do whatever I feel right. After that, yeah, I'm not doing the standard rotation, but I thought that was good enough for getting through Endwalker MSQ. Yeah. You can't even use most of what I did, you can't even do until level 90 anyway, so... Yeah, let's do it, here. Let's try to actually kill this fucking dummy. Hey, you know what? I think we need some more appropriate music for this. I got the perfect song for this. like a Mortal Kombat intro with a fucking target dummy, right? Let's go for it. Alright, that wasn't bad, right? Killed it with a minute and a half left. Go one more time. Sorry, this is addicting. And I said I was only gonna do it once, but why not go for another one, right? Get a proper ninja glam, actually. This next one. This is kind of more of an eye candy glam, but... I'll be honest, they all are, but one of them's more appropriate thematically, I think. There we go. Now she looks like an actual ninja. All about that stealth. Alright, so it was a little better the first time around, but whatever. Damn, I'm using this line well, I haven't played this character. I just played through MSQ, but I haven't actually played this character that much in a while. Oh, good. I forgot how good this one was. Holy shit. He looks like an actual assassin, especially with the blade. Alright, one more time. It'll be the last time, I promise. One more time, one more time. It's addicting, what can I say? Let's go for... Real eye candy going for... Oh, for some people, I prefer this one. Let's go for the 2B roleplay. There we go. Gonna get a lot of clicks on this video, huh? Depends on if I fit this into my thumbnail or not. I don't think I will, but still. It's funny to think about. Oh look, it's raining too. That'll make it complete for some people. Oh, I know Shade Shift isn't part of the opener. I just do it because there's nothing to do between Spinning Edge and Dust Flash. It's just a free slot. Oh, there's a Tincture of Dexterity you can use, but since I don't use that, I just use Shade Shift just to keep my defense up, I guess. Why not? I'm a casual player, guys, I'm not. Obviously. God, that is satisfying. That part of the combo right there. Oh. Oh, damn it. So I scuffed the opener, but at least I finished more or less with the same amount of time left as my first attempt, right? So that's something. Let's go ahead and, because I scuffed the opener, I'm gonna do it one last fucking time. I scuffed the opener on that one. If I get the opener right on this time, I'll stop there. Deep breaths. Okay, here we go. Still managed to get it within the vulnerability window from Trick Attack at least. It's not my scuff, but I'll take it. Oh! That's what I get for talking. Whatever. I heard the explosion and was like, no way! I actually beat my record by like a few seconds there. Well, I think that was more like my first attempt, right? I finished with like 1 minute and 30 seconds left. That was good. I stuffed still slightly the opener. There was a clip there. Clipping, as they call it. But I still mostly... Okay, had to acknowledge the ass in the room. But yeah, I semi-scoped the opener a little bit, but for the most part it was good. And then the rest of my rotation, although again, not the standard optimal one, obviously, I think was still pretty decent. Obviously I just need to learn how to do it well enough by muscle memory that I can actually, like, do the positionals instead of just relying on true north all the fucking time, right? Actually, now that I'm here... Where is it? What does it look like? Oh shit! Okay, let's see the... Alright, right on! Certified badass. Literally. Badass right there. Alright, I'm good. I've had my fun. Whew! 6:30. Might have to take a break soon. Alright, that's enough of that. Let me put the relaxing music back on again. There we go. Back to the in-room. I think she worked up a sweat, so she's gonna take a break. I'm gonna take... Well, I got like 10 more minutes. But I'm gonna take one too pretty soon. Hold on. I know what y'all want to do. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, back to this. Yeah, I'll probably comment on one more video, and then I'm gonna get something to eat actually, and then maybe I'll come back and stream a little bit of actual FF14 gameplay. I might actually get started on the post-game content, which starts with a bunch of side quests that spawned in Ultima Thule after I finish the game, actually. Yellow markers. I'm gonna do that, and then hopefully get to the normal raids, but don't expect that to happen today. There's not a lot of time left. But, yeah. Let's, make sure that's fucking... Alright. So, what's the next video that I have lined up here? Well, let me silence this. Alright. Oh my god, yes. The billboard meme. You know what? Maybe I should take my break now so I can come back and talk, because I'm getting a little hungry. And this might be quite the topic to go through. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna take my break early, because... Yeah. The billboard meme. This is gonna be some good shit. Alright, I'm gonna grab some food, and then I'll be right back, and we'll delve into this. This actually happened, I think, the day I finished Shadowbringer's postgame and officially reached Endwalker. And then the next day, I think I just did the Gladiator Paladin job quests, and then I went into Endwalker. But the day I officially, like, reached Endwalker in my marathon was when this happened, I think. It's only been a couple weeks. It's been a month now, because I forgot Endwalker. It took me 2 weeks since I did all the side quests, but yeah. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright. I'm back. And I'm well fed. I got my well fed buff. Do it with the music. Let's get into it. The billboard video. Oh my god. Yeah. This one. Quite the drama this caused a month ago. Holy shit. I mean, I better just let her explain. This time-capsulated video from a month ago when it first happened. Take it away.
I personally think this is the funniest thing that's ever happened. I personally think this is the funniest thing that's ever happened in the FF14 community. At least as long as I've been around.
I agree, I was just burping a little.
I think this is the funniest shit that has ever happened. And you're about to see why. Okay, so here's where it, most people probably heard about it. It's right here on old Reddit. Okay. This is absolutely hilarious. And here you see it. The billboard. Let's make it bigger. That's it. So, do you notice anything odd about this besides the fact it's a real billboard advertising a nightclub in FX? Do you see anything else weird about it? Is this real life? So there is here a, there are modded characters here. Modded here. We have a data mined summer outfit that is not in the game yet. Or it's not, definitely not supposed to have it. Definitely not supposed to have it.
Oh my god, dude.
We also have the balls to put the Final Fantasy XIV official logo on the real life billboard in real life.
You guys probably can't see my mouse when I do that, actually. I was hovering it around the FF14 logo.
Did I mention that this is in real life as well? Okay, I just wanted to... And on top of that, we have the Discord address. We have the Twitch links. We're telling you exactly where to find us. Custom poses too. I didn't notice that. I didn't know that, actually. It's custom poses as well? Okay. So, this is where most people...
It's like they went out of their way to break as many rules as possible when they did this. Holy shit.
Heard about it here on Reddit. That's fuck you FC money. I don't know about that. I think that it actually was not that expensive for them to do because billboards can cost different amounts depending on where you live. I feel like right now there are people thinking about buying billboards just for the memes at this point. I feel like there's a real chance some people will do it for pure memes, which I would not recommend. But you know there's people already think about that. So yeah, here's what I found. I skimmed through this thread this morning. From what I've heard, the California billboard is just a few miles away from Square Enix USA HQ. There's a massive chance that the legal team there is prepping for a Teams call with the Japanese HQ on what to do about this. Yeah, Lisa here in the chat made a good point. Said, I would like to make this note. The DJs did not know about this happening, did not give permission for this to happen, so I pray the community stop harassing them as they did nothing wrong. Okay. We'll get to that in a little bit. We'll get to that. But thank you for talking
So the DJs had nothing to do with it, huh?
about that. Not everybody was aware that this would occur. That was involved with this FC. But just imagine waking up, you work on the legal team for Square Enix at the USA headquarters in California, and you wake up and you're like, what am I gonna do today? I don't know, maybe make a PowerPoint, maybe like do some like run some numbers, I don't know. And then you get in your car, you pick up your little Starbucks coffee, and as you're driving down the highway, you see this on the fucking...
That'd be one hell of a morning, dude. Especially if you're on Square Enix and legal team, like you said. Holy shit.
Oh god. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It's absolutely hilarious. I'd like to think the legal team made a detour for ice packs first due to the magnitude of their collective head deaths. SpongeBob font is sending me over the edge.
Is that actually the right font?
This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. And, well, there's a lot to unpack here. There's a lot to get into. But this is an ERP-focused event. If you go into the Discord, apparently there is a lot of, how can I put it? Open and out and in your face horniness occurring. Okay, honestly, I don't care what you do with your money. I think on the first surface it's incredibly silly, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested. Because of how extra it is. That was actually my first impression. When I first saw it, like in the 1 second when I seen it, I was like, that's so crazy. That's so crazy. And then I found out, wait a minute. But wait a minute, what's that outfit? What is this hair? Like, oh no. Oh no. Well, once you dig past the surface, you can really see how badly they fucked up. Using in-game assets, using unreleased assets like that, putting a logo on there, like a Square Enix endorsed event. Just breaking the TOS till the cows come home. Getting banned, getting a cease and desist sent to them would honestly be the best outcome for them. I also imagine this potentially be the last straw when it comes to modding in general. So this is a big concern, obviously. People who like mods in their game, and to turn them off before stream, definitely don't like this kind of attention on illegal mods and prohibited mods, because it can make Yoshi P mad, and Yoshi P might turn off all the mods, and that's really bad. Okay, so that's.
I like the way she worded that. That's really good. She's covering her ass really good there. She's like, people who might like mods and then turn them off before stream. That's good. I like that.
Another reason this is really bad. I wouldn't know though. I've just heard it from. I know.
The Pepe laugh face. That sums it up right there. That shit's good.
I know a lot of streamers, and so that's. Anyway, remember, Yoshi P literally said this about data mining just 2 months ago. Now, be it graphical resources or something else, there may be legal ramifications for mining private data via illicit means with the intent to make it public. I've made this request before and I make it again. Please refrain from disseminating mined data. Please don't do that. Maybe if you had said, pray refrain, that they would have understood it. They would have understood it.
You bastard!
A little bit better. We don't know what please means. Did they really data mine an outfit and put it on a public billboard and then say, we didn't break any rules? Okay, well, here's a tweet that I found. One of the initial responses from some of the people that were in charge of this being released into the real world. Okay. People came into their Discord and said, did you really? Did you really? And hey, you know, you're not allowed to data mine. You're not allowed to data mine outfits and show them, especially not in the most public way imaginable. And they're just like, well, that's just your opinion, man. And then, so I was like, I wonder how much trouble you'll get in. Their response, not a lot. No terms of service is being broken.
I should have recorded that new sound clip. Oh my god. I had a... I don't want to spoil it, but I had a sound clip that would be perfect right here. But basically, bullshit, dude. Not a lot of TOS. No TOS is being broken. My ass. Like they broke every fucking rule. Every single fucking rule. I'm quoting another video there, so I got into an accent. Every single fucking rule possible, dude. Holy shit. They basically took the TOS and broke it on their knee when they made this billboard. I think somebody said that, actually. Yeah, somebody on Twitter or something said that.
They said no terms of service being broken. So, to that, I said, yeah, it's a galaxy brain. It is a galaxy brain, thing to say. And so to that, I actually made a tweet here this morning. I wonder who the TOS is for. I wonder what exactly were they talking about in terms of service? When pretty sure violating trademark law is also against the terms of service. Yeah, I think violating the law might also be a problem.
You suck!
That one's not for Zeppelin, it's for the people who did this.
It's not even it. Like, this gets funnier the more I learn about it. Okay, so. okay, so. It's not.
Oh, I think she found it, like, I found it pretty funny too, but she found this way more hilarious than I did. Like, she's cracking up, which is great. I love that. It's just, this whole situation is just, I have no words. Like, I keep thinking of something to comment, and I'm just like, she's taking the words out of my mouth right now. Like, she's pretty much saying what needs to be said already. It's like, holy shit, dude, this is crazy when it happens.
No terms, no TOS being broken. Here's another one. So this was also a meme I've seen. Actually, wait, before we get there.
Person in chat right there, the law is just opinion. Nodders. It's just like, yeah, law is just opinion.
Before we get there, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Here's another tweet. Okay. You guys put Square Enix's trademark on a billboard. And again, data mined outfit and modded characters. Without their knowledge or permission. I want everyone here to know that legally a team went over the poster, and I don't know how many of you in here are lawyers, but according to the people I talked to who paid for and checked everything, it was in fact 100% legal. It's 100% legal. With the SpongeBob font, yeah.
I don't have it on my soundboard yet, but it's too appropriate. I gotta pull it up. When seeing this right here, look, DJ Potate. So obviously one of the DJs knew about this and was in on it. Let me open up another window for this. This is God, I wish I'd remembered to add this to my soundboard before I was watching this video, because I've been wanting to hit this button. Right now, non-existent button, but soon I'll have it on my soundboard for a while. There's 3 instances where she's been reading this where I want to fucking say this. Oh my god. No, not a compilation. I just want to hear it once. Well, hold on. It's an 11-second video. Maybe this will work. Headphone warning. I don't know how loud it's going to be.
Come on. Don't bullshit me. Bullshit. 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 Bullshit.
That one. That's the one I was looking for. That's going to be on my soundboard eventually. Because that would have been appropriate for this right here. Holy shit. Not these ones. Just the last one there.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Oh.
Bullshit.
This one. Okay. That's right here. Jesus Christ. 4-second mark, right? I'm gonna come back to this video for my soundboard. So yeah, like 2 or 3 times during that video, I've just been wanting to hit a button to do this.
Bullshit.
Maybe without the slap, but still, you get my point. Because that, yeah, I want to hit that button like 20 times, seeing the Twitter post right here. Holy shit, dude. A good 20 to 30 times would suffice for this Twitter post. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
That's much more fun. Okay, so if anyone would like to DM me for legal information, I can link the Square Enix term service that shows what we're doing is okay. Really, because, you know, maybe they got sent a different terms of service than the one that I agreed to. But, bro, 100% legal. You know what? I feel like the people who say this is 100% legal are never doing something legal. I have never heard anyone say to me, no, don't worry. It's totally and 100% legal. And they weren't doing some sketchy shit. That's never...
That's 100% true. There you go, 100%. That's 100% true. I've never seen anybody use that word when they were doing, like, if you know you're not doing anything wrong, you'll just be like, dude, I'm not doing anything wrong. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? No, this is fine, dude. Like, it's totally legal. Maybe you'll say totally legal, but if you go, this is 100% legal, like that, then yeah, you definitely are not sure about that, and you're just trying to cover your ass, and you don't even really know.
Happened.
Oh boy.
To say that they're doing some sketchy shit is 100% true, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I just can't. So did that. So actually,
Stop laughing.
today the memes will flow. Buns. We're truly blessed with memes today. Don't worry. I'm just losing
Dude,
it.
she can't stop! Holy shit!
Completely. And completely legal. Okay, so
She's not lying either, dude. I actually risked it. Excuse me. I risked it before I even got to Endwalker. I risked going onto the Reddit for FF14. And yeah, dude, there were so many good fucking memes and pictures. I have a few, but it might take a while to load them up onto Streamlabs, so I'm not going to show them now. It's going to take up too much time. Like, look how long it took me to find that Arnold clip of him saying bullshit. So yeah, I'm not going to show them right now, but there were some good meme pictures. Holy shit. That entire week after this whole thing happened, there was some really good shit on that Reddit.
moving on. I regret to inform you that this has been reported on in USA Today. So, FF14 party billboards removed, but no bans issued. So, apparently, as of today, some of the billboards have been removed. More billboards have apparently been ordered for California, but these never emerged. I'll get to that in a minute. Because now people are anxiously searching for the California billboards. Oh, but wait, there was one near Square Enix HQ. According to that Reddit thread.
Oh, near
So
Square
they,
Enix HQ. She said that hella fast.
The guy who ordered it said that it all cost $160. Well, let's hope it doesn't end up costing a hell of a lot more than that. It might. So, yes, once again, to clue everybody in that might just be arriving, some of the characters on the club's website were created using mods, which goes against the terms of service. And let me make one thing very clear. For me, personally. I don't think that having, well, let me phrase this differently. I can't tell you to have mods. You should not install mods. Mods are the devil. Mods are illegal. Mods are a problem. But some people use mods in a not public way, you know, like in their free time, just, you know, to see things a little differently. And I'm not condoning that. But this kind of behavior could change things for those people too.
Right now, that's the best thing I have next to saying actual bullshit. I know what she's saying, Leslie. I'm not throwing shade. I just like the way she's, in a very funny way, she's going about around, beating around the bush intentionally, of course, and being like, some people enjoy mods, and they're not going to enjoy. He's done this in the past few videos.
This is probably the
I love it.
This is probably the funniest thing I've ever read. Okay. This might be the funniest thing I've ever read in my life. So just, I don't know if I can be able to get through it.
God, I forgot about this. This is good too. This is its own meme that just happens to be related to the billboard one, but this can be like totally its own fucking meme.
Okay, everyone, since you didn't listen when I'm nice, I'm gonna get mean. Reacting to messages with a clown, a skull, or a nerd face isn't funny. It's not cool, it's not interesting, it's annoying. These three emojis in particular aren't funny. They're rude. we at staff work hard to keep this place safe, and to have you constantly react to our messages with mean emojis makes me furious. Stop reacting to our messages with rude emojis. They do nothing but make you look really, really stupid. It shows you have no rebuttals to our arguments. You just have to use juvenile tactics paramount to terrorism. Oh my god, I can't.
Dude, she's fucking losing it! I mean, come on, terrorism? Excuse me?
Oh my god, I can't. Where to stop us from speaking?
Dude, her laughter's contagious. Holy shit.
Where to stop us from being able to speak our truth. From now on, if you react with any mean emojis, I am writing your name down. I can't. This is the fucking funniest thing I've ever read. If you are a serial reactor, your username is going to a Google Doc. At the end of the month, I will take this doc to the appropriate authorities for them to investigate and arrest you. This is your only warning. Tread carefully. Tread carefully. Oh my god.
Dude. And look how many people basically said, fuck you. Look at how many people reacted with those same emojis they just said. The nerd face, the skull. Even she did it. Well, actually, whoever took the screenshot of this Discord picture did it because it's highlighted blue for those Holy shit, they didn't give a fuck. They're like, you ain't gonna arrest me? Go fuck yourself. Like, seriously, who the fuck do these people think they are? Terrorism? How the fuck is reacting with these emojis supposed to be paramount to terrorism? I didn't realize pushing a button, just clicking your mouse on a little react emoji button, was the equivalent of blowing up a government building. Excuse me? Like, that is not the same. Like, paramount to terrorism? This is like.
What the fuck?
Like, dude, I wish I had the bullshit sound effect, man. Jesus.
Oh my god, dude. Holy shit. Tread carefully. Tread lightly. I am the one who reacts. I am the danger. It's so good. Paramount
Yes, clearly.
to terrorism. The only way this could get better is today as we choose to play again. Well, we'll see. He's definitely, look, this is like React content delivered to you on a silver platter. It's like, as a streamer, you wake up to this kind of shit, it's like my birthday. I'm like a kid at Christmas reading all this shit this morning. For the people hating on this.
100% true. Too bad I wasn't a streamer already back when this happened. Well, I wasn't planning to grow my channel yet, because this would have been gold when it was relevant, you know?
You're a bunch of stupid. It's a fun marketing tactic, and you're just mad because you don't have the money or the mental capacity to hire and get this done. So, fucking what? If it's bordering on IP issues, you're not the company. You're not their legal team. Get back to sucking on your mom's ancient tit and quit your whining. That is what it said there. For the people who are here for fun, cheers. Can't wait for Saturday.
You bastard!
Go back to sucking on your mom's ancient tit. Oh my god, dude. Talk about getting defensive as hell, dude. Holy shit.
Oh boy, oh boy. Mental capacity to get this done? They're heroes, actually. You're just too blind to see it, you plebs. You wish you had the resources to download a tool to give your character a big booba. Nobody knows how to do that. Or rent a billboard. In fact, this is the only billboard that's ever been rented. Okay. We have, actually, it is confirmed that it's completely fine to have sex, virtually in the game. Let me find it. Erotic. Okay.
This seems really random. Why did she bring this up all of a sudden? What the fuck? Is it because of the nightclub promoting that sort of activity, quote unquote, in the game? Or what the hell? Is this a cut? Or is this... Hold on. It just felt like the in a completely different direction.
We have,
There was an edit there. I missed that.
actually, it is confirmed that it's completely fine to have sex, virtually in the game. Let me find it. Where did erotic. Okay. I could have sworn it was in here. Wait, did they say you can't share it anymore? No, they didn't. Whew. Okay, no, it's fine. Don't worry. It's in here. It's in here. Okay, so you can, and it's okay. But if it's a consenting group of 2 or more players in a private area, it's not a violation. It's a-okay. Go ahead. You know, knock yourself out. That's fine. But they need to be adults, consenting adults, as you know.
I can't believe it. It's right there. But hold on, it doesn't say it's okay to have sex virtually. It says, in the case of role-playing involving mildly sexual expressions. Now Square Enix is dancing around this shit too. Such as erotic role-playing without a consenting group of 2 or more players. 2 or more players! They had to make sure to fit that in there, didn't they? If it is conducted in a private area, will not be considered a violation unless a report is made. Right.
And Spofy tweeted, I'm a little frustrated because the folks behind the FX14 billboard going around came into my stream and asked me to attend the event under the guise that it was family friendly. Quick question, what the fuck? Family friendly ERP No. There's articles about this all over the internet now. So now all of us, with this whole community, now they think we're all like that? Like we're all just using mods and doing ERP? I don't appreciate being put into that category. It says Final Fantasy 14 nightclub advertises a gathering on real-world billboard, oblivious to terms like...
I just realized I'm doing the Kappa face towards her. The way I curled my mouth lips is the way she says that. I don't appreciate being put into that box. Well, she says it with a shaky, very shaky voice. You got something to tell us that?
Copyright and trademark. Sometimes... I love how this starts, by the way. This article could not have started better than it does. Sometimes all of us make...
She's not wrong, though. Like, or rather, this article, if that's what it's saying. But I think it's what she said. But the fact that this now represents the FF14 community as a bunch of porn dogs just PRPing, having virtual sex in the game, like, it does give the game a bad luck. To anybody who's never played this before, now they're just gonna think of FF14 as, oh, that online sex video game? Like, I don't think the billboard is enough to take it that far, but if it became enough, if it became widespread enough when this happened, maybe some people will, some people will think this game is just about that now. Like, people who've never heard of it, well, you'd have to be living under a rock, but I think there's still plenty of people who haven't heard of this game, and they're just gonna think that now, and she's right. They're gonna think, oh, FF14, that's for those, horny nerds that get on there and have virtual sex, isn't it? Jesus Christ. Definitely, the community probably wants to hit this button.
It's rewind time.
Tell him, Will. Oh wait, you're canceled.
Poor choices. Decisions that seemed like good ideas at the time.
Oh, I think she's laughing at the first part of the... Okay, hold on, I missed it.
Gathering on real-world billboard, oblivious to terms like copyright and trademark. Sometimes... I love how this starts, by the way. This article could not have started better than it does. Sometimes all of us make poor choices. Decisions that seemed like good ideas at the time.
Yep. We've all been there. We've all been there. Decisions that seemed like a good idea at the time. And then you wake up a few days later and realize maybe you shouldn't have done that, yeah. I think we've all been there, haven't we? Yeah.
Oh boy. Probably also how you'll feel leaving that venue the next morning. At the time, seemed like a pretty good idea. The next morning, let me just say how remarkable it is that with this billboard, they have managed to piss off every kind of player. I have never seen the community so united because they've pissed off people that hate ERP. They've pissed off people that love ERP. They have pissed off people that hate mods. They've pissed off the people that love mods. We are all united together in shitting on this idea and how bad it was. It's hilarious. Yeah, I think that's a better word. I'm not mad because...
Actually, yeah, I didn't think about that before. United the whole community. They're like, you're gonna get, you're gonna give us all a bad reputation. Yeah, coming from the perspective of people who don't even fuck with mods. They're gonna be like, you're gonna give, our whole community a bad reputation. And the people that love mods, they're gonna be like, you're gonna get our mod banned permanently, or, whatever, which they already are. You're not supposed to do that. I don't endorse them. I don't use them. And you shouldn't either. I get that out there. And then, yeah, every kind of player is probably like, this is horrible for our image. For different reasons, but everyone's in agreement this is not a good thing.
So funny. I don't have to be mad. I don't work for Square Enix, so I can just laugh about it. I'm so glad I don't work for Square Enix.
Look what they did to my boy. Knock this size of a Rogan and it's pointing straight at his crotch. Oh my god, dude.
It's the size of a Rogan spec. Remember? Okay, you remember this?
Look at how they massacred my poor boy.
Oh my god.
Dude, she needs to breathe. She's over here like fucking. Oh, wrong button. That one didn't even activate. I meant to hit this one, but I was gonna hit this one afterwards.
I'm gonna pass out today. Like, I might actually pass out on this stream from laughing today. Like, this could happen.
You need to breathe, girl. Holy shit. I'm surprised she didn't pass out. She looks like she's getting a six-pack from this.
Oh man, this is so fucking great. Copyright. My client is well within their rights as an Oldonian citizen, Your Honor. The billboard is merely a means of
Dude, it took me a minute to see Better Call Saul over here. Saul Goodman. And then Quinn is just randomly in the background from FF9 over there.
protest, which is covered by the First Amendment. Free speech. If you continue to pursue my client, I'll be forced to fight you in a federal court of law. Oh god. Oh man. Oh god. Such a good day today. It's such a good day in the world of Final Fantasy. Today, my client cannot confirm nor deny any of these suggested claims. However, if they had done so, I believe it would have been under the Fair Use Clause. Under parody. Better Call Fall? Did you just say... Did you just say Better Call Fall in the chat? Yeah, you did.
Better Call Fall. Oh, like Null Fall. Oh my god. Of course. Saul Goodman. There you go. That's the lore-friendly version of Saul Goodman.
I hope in a few years we can look back on the ERP nightclub billboard incident and laugh while newer players are like, what?
True. There's gonna be a lot of new players that are gonna be like, the fuck are you guys talking about? In a few years.
Oh man. Couldn't people get in trouble for the mods on the billboard? Just a question. What mods? What did you just say? I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, I literally have no idea what you're talking about. This is, I swear to God, the more I learn about this, the stupider it gets. It really is the gift that keeps on giving. It really is. What character is it linked to? The billboard was made in Photoshop. 0 modified game files. Wait, what the fuck did I just... You can't take a 40-foot by 22-foot screenshot in FF14?
But you can in Photoshop, right? Yeah, in Photoshop you can take a 40-foot by 22-foot screenshot and modify it and edit it around. Yeah, sure. The logic these people use to try and defend this is absolutely... I have no, like, I don't even know, it's just beyond stupid. It's just, holy shit. These people were reaching so hard to try and cover their own asses legally for what they did. Like, they knew they fucked up. They knew what they were doing. They did it on purpose. We all know this. They're just being assholes and trying to cover their asses and not admit to anything just to avoid legal repercussions that they know are coming.
What? What are you doing? The fuck are you talking?
If they didn't suffer any legal repercussions, holy shit that they dodge a bullet, if that's true. Like, they better not try their luck again. But I can almost guarantee they at least probably got a cease and desist in the mail or email or something. There's no way Square Enix didn't do, like, anything about this. Like, when this was first happening, again, I had just reached Endwalker, so I was avoiding social media to avoid spoilers, but the little bit that I did catch, people were saying that the house of this FC, where this was happening, where this event was gonna happen, that the billboard was promoting, was literally that same evening when this first happened, that same day, in the evening, on July 3rd, or whatever it was, disappeared. The house wasn't even there anymore by the end of the night. They just packed up and went home. They just tore down the whole house. But did they do it because they freaked out, or did Square Enix come in and ban all their asses and take their property and everything because of what they did? They had their Discords and everything linked to them. It's not like Square Enix was going to piece together who they were, and their in-game characters, and their FC house and everything. Come on.
Are you crazy? So, apparently when you take a screenshot, instead of it saving as a digital file, it just materializes in my hands. It's like a physical piece of paper with a screenshot, and I actually have no way to save my screenshots on the computer and change how big they are. Oh my god. This is one of the best comments I've seen though. What mods? What mods? What mods?
It's just a screenshot. We totally just used, you know, we used Photoshop to make the billboard. So technically it's not showing off mods. It's showing screenshots of the mods. So we got around it. We're not showing mods, we're showing screenshots of edited photos of the mods. Edited into the photos. So technically we didn't use mods. That's probably the excuse they're going with, right? That's probably what it is.
That's not a Polaroid. That's a real picture of a real life bunny girl.
Yes, those bunny girls exist in real life. What the fuck?
Say hoping Aspen swings by.
Hoping Aspen swings by?
Haters, you're all too stupid and poor to do this very clever thing. You aren't the legal team. Go back to sucking your mom's ancient tit. Jesus Christ, stop.
Yeah. Holy shit, what movie is this from? It's like a fucking 100 car pileup. It's like a 3-hour car crash over here.
All you want, but for fuck's sake, stop rubbing each other for once and rub some brain cells together instead.
Stop rubbing each other for once and rub some brain cells together instead. A message to the Final Fantasy XIV community. Oh my god. I cannot remember that time. I laughed so much in one day. This is the funniest thing I've ever seen happen in the probably. Oh my god. I cannot remember the last time I laughed so much in one day. This is the funniest thing I've ever seen happen in the Final Fantasy XIV community in all my years.
In all my years. I gotta say, yeah, even my cheeks are hurting right now just from smiling watching this shit. Oh my god. Takes me back to when it first happened. Jesus Christ. Oh. Oh, no, seriously, I gotta rub them a little. Oh my god. That fucking hurt. Oh, great. Whew. Alright, what else do we got? What did I... These last two, what are they? Interview with... Okay, one more sort of meme kind of video. A little bit. But before that, there was a more serious video, but not like... Oh my god. No, more like, it's just not humor, but it's a little something that I found very revealing about the story, with regards to the story of Endwalker, actually. Yeah. Give me one sec. Some revelations about Endwalker and FF14's story overall that came out in this interview that I thought was pretty interesting, and I'm glad I didn't see this video until after I finished Endwalker. And it also kind of gives me a hint about what's going to happen next. Remember, I haven't done 6.1 yet, but I will be soon, probably tomorrow. Yeah, because there's not going to be a lot of time today.
It has come to my attention that there was an interview, a Famitsu interview with Yoshida, Ishikawa, and Oda-san on the development of Endwalker's story. This is the Famitsu interview that was posted this week, in this week's issue. I haven't read any of this yet, so I'm really curious about it. It's a translation of the main points of the interview. So they were asked, this is between Yoshida, Ishikawa, and Oda.
Hold on, I just realized it's dark as shit in my room. I gotta turn on the light. No wonder my eyes are starting to hurt. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Whew, alright, that takes care of that. Showing up on the preview? Yes. Okay.
Oda-san, when did you decide to bring the story so far to a conclusion? So after Shadowbringers released, around the end of 2019, Image Studio, which is the CGI studio within Square Enix that makes the high-quality cinematics in various Square Enix games, had to be provided with storyboards. So at the end of 2019, in autumn and winter of that year, we went on a residential together in order to decide the main points of the story for the next expansion. But the problem was, so I think what that means, went on a residential, I think what that means is, because in the past I had heard that whenever they are working on this story for an expansion. They all go to a hotel together, like all the writers go to a hotel, and they like just lock themselves in there and work on it together and brainstorm constantly for like a week or something, maybe longer.
That sounds like a really fun slumber party, honestly, but I doubt it's anything like that. It's probably all business.
But the problem is we're used to the writing process, and so feeling that here and here are the remaining parts of the story we have to talk about, so let's accept the rest. The residential went very.
But then again, maybe not. The creative process can actually be pretty fun sometimes, especially with a development team and writer team that can get along. If they can get along, it can actually probably be pretty fun. They probably brainstorm all kinds of crazy ideas, so maybe not. Maybe it's actually pretty fun.
Smoothly? What? Why does it sound like it went so easy? Like it's easy for you to do, for you to write Endwalker? I was in charge of
Hold on, what? I'm gonna have to rewind that now. I was talking over and talking too much, but hold on, I just realized I'm covering up the chat box. You guys in a different spot every video, I swear. Well, not every single one, but a lot of them. There we go.
remaining parts of the story we have to talk about, so let's accept the rest. The residential went very smoothly. What? What is this? Are the remaining parts of the story we have to talk about, so let's accept the rest. The residential went very smoothly. What? Why does it sound like it went so easy? Like it's easy for you to do, for you to write Endwalker? I was in charge of filling in the details of the story elements, but when I looked at the structure of the content again, I thought, this might be okay for just another expansion. But if this is labeled the finale, is it really okay? So I reworked the story from the plot outline. The end result was ready 2 days before the deadline. Holy shit.
Talk about crunch time, what the fuck?
Finish 2 days before the deadline, and it was not even a challenge, it was barely an inconvenience. They breezed through the whole writing process and it went extremely smoothly. It wasn't even hard. It wasn't even hard. She's so powerful. I'm shocked.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked too when I first heard this. Like, what the fuck? I was just like, it was that easy for them to create a story that has essentially made me replace my childhood favorite Final Fantasy game with this. With, you know, like the fact that it was that easy for them to make a story that made me fucking bawl my eyes out. Like, cry really fucking harder than I ever have on stream before, especially at the very end. And actually make me say I now like this better than FF7 or 8, where my homeboy Squall, the OG Gunbreaker is. Like, seriously? Like, it was that easy? All that does is fill me with super amounts of confidence that, like, if this was easy, then it gives me a lot of confidence that the future expansions are in very good hands in terms of the writing and the story and everything. It's just gonna be like, I forgot to close my curtains. If this was easy for them, holy shit, dude. Like, there's gonna be some good shit in the coming years.
I thought I was gonna hear, oh man, we were all struggling, we just couldn't figure out how to make all the pieces go together, and it was like 3D chat. No. It was nothing. She barely broke a sweat. So anyway, in the plot at that point were elements such as Meteon already included. She said the name Meteon wasn't there yet, but the base form of what she became had been decided. Yoshi said, during the residential, the core parts of the story were listed, but after that, Ishikawa said, we didn't reach agreement, so I rewrote it. She took matters into her own hands. As a result, when we compared the story decided on at the residential and the rewrite Ishikawa presented, we thought it was the right choice to rework this. Holy shit. She just completely took matters into her own hands and decided what was going to be best. She took control. Yoshida goes on to explain that around the time of Stormblood, the team didn't really think about how the story would continue long term. We could tell. We could tell in Stormblood. We're making Shadowbringers.
And that pretty much, this is the main part of this video that I wanted to talk about, was that pretty much shows right there they didn't actually have it all planned out, like most people think, because it's so well written that most people think they had this planned out since The Realm Reborn. Well, they just admitted right there in this interview. They didn't. In Stormblood, they were actually kind of like, where do we go from here? They didn't actually have the ending planned out, but it just goes to show how well the writing for Endwalker and Shadowbringers was, that they were able to make it feel that way. Like this was all planned out from the very beginning of The Realm Reborn, but it actually wasn't. I think they talk a little bit more about that in this too.
It was said that about 80% of the plot points have been revealed, and he thought after Shadowbringers it might be possible to keep things going from 1 to 2 more expansions. Looking at the fan response immediately after Shadowbringers, he felt that there should be 1 more expansion. If the story had been 2 expansions and continued up to 7.0, what was the planned structure? So Ishikawa said, we expected there would be an expansion about Garlemald. Oh, thank God they didn't do that. The idea was that
A whole expansion on Garlemald, that would have just sound. Yeah, I think I remember this. That would have just been like Stormblood 2.0, I'm guessing. Well, so then that means they basically took what 2 expansions were going to be and condensed them into 1, and that was Endwalker. But Garlemald was just a small part of the story arc of what would have been 2 different expansions, I guess.
That Anima would be the boss. Then the next expansion you'd fight against Hydaelyn, Zodiark, and Sodon.
There you go. So it was everything that happened in Endwalker was originally planned to be 2 expansions after Shadowbringers. Holy shit! I'm guessing that was probably kind of semi OCD thing. Like Yoshi P probably wanted the finale to happen at level 100, which will be 7.0. The level cap will reach level 100. That would have been actually a very poetic place to appropriate place to end the story. Right? It's the grand finale, which is Endwalker, happens at level 100. You know, the finale of Endwalker happened at level 100. That would have actually been very appropriate, but... Oh, let's just keep going. I'm guessing they're going to explain why they didn't do that.
I'm glad we didn't have a whole Garlemald expansion. That would have sucked so much. Can you imagine? Even Stormblood too, yeah. Oda explains that the devs seek to balance on delivering on players' expectations and also having unexpected developments. Players were already expecting to fight Hydaelyn and Zodiark, true. So it was debated whether to deliver the fight straightforward.
Yeah, in Shadowbringers, they hinted way too much at that. When they were like, oh yeah, they revealed that Zodiark and Hydaelyn were primals. It was kind of like... At that moment, when Emet made that reveal in Shadowbringers, yeah, everybody was kind of like, oh shit, it's going to be, you know... We're definitely going to fight them. That crossed even my mind. I never commented on it during my marathon, but it definitely crossed my mind as well, yeah. That was pretty expected. But without knowing the context, you know. Like I said, I had the Hydaelyn... The existence of Hydaelyn's final form was spoiled by the game itself, Triple Triad, in the Gold Saucer. I talked about that on stream when I started one of my marathon episodes in Endwalker, right? I mentioned that I got a Hydaelyn card as one of the pre-made deck cards in open tournaments in the Gold Saucer. And I hadn't even started Endwalker yet, and I was just like, why are you giving me this card and spoiling it for me? But it wasn't too big of a spoiler because it just seemed, yeah, like... But I didn't know the context, at least. Thank God. I was like, is she actually evil? Does she turn evil? Does someone make her evil? That's why I had guessed that maybe... Nathaniel? Fan Daniel I was gonna call him? No. I was guessing that Fan Daniel was, like, gonna, like, do something to her and corrupt her or something, or Xenos even. I had no idea where the story was gonna go. Nobody did, really.
Or have a surprise development where one of them would take over the other and fight you. In the end, the team decided to go...
Yeah, that actually once kind of crossed my mind when I was playing through Shadowbringers. I was like, maybe they'll do something like that. Or no. It was... I remember when this hit me, yeah. When Endwalker came out, and I saw people on my friends list in a duty called the Mother Crystal, I was like, okay, that pretty much confirms we're going to fight Hydaelyn, right? But again, what's the context of it? And one of those thoughts that entered my mind was, maybe Zodiark overpowers her. Or maybe it's called the Mother Crystal because you're there, but you're not fighting her, you're protecting her from Zodiark or someone else. That's what I was thinking was going to happen.
Unexpected developments. Players were already expecting to fight Hydaelyn and Zodiark, true. So it was debated whether to deliver the fight straightforwardly or have a surprise development where one of them would take over the other and fight you. In the end, the team decided to go for the straightforward route. I honestly didn't think it was that straightforward because pretty much everybody that I know was shocked that we were fighting Zodiark that felt so soon and so early into the main story quest. And it
100%. He's literally the first trial in Endwalker, so just like, what the fuck? That was a pretty big what the fuck moment. I know I didn't react that way and that hard, right, when I first went through Endwalker, but yeah, I was definitely like, shit. Like, I think the moment it hit me that we were about to fight Zodiark was when the main character, when Leon pulled out Azim's crystal and actually called out, the heroes from across the rift, right? Before it even said the Dark Inside is now accessible, and then I queued up for Duty Finder. As soon as I saw that happen and I saw Zodiark up there, I was like, we're gonna fight him right now? Like, is this just gonna be like a first form and then we fight him again later? What the fuck is going on? Yeah, I think everybody reacted that way. Most people, I think.
Really, I think it helped make the story feel even more epic because everybody had the same reaction. We're like, wait, this is a Zodiark battle right now? We're not ready for this. And he's not even fully created. Like, he's not even fully formed. And it's just, I thought that was an interesting twist. That it didn't go the normal video game route of like, let's wait for him to be fully rejoined and then we're gonna have no, it was just like, no, here we go.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I said this in my predictions, which were mostly all fucking wrong. At the end of Shadowbringers, I was like, I think the rejoining is gonna happen anyway. But like, what did I say? That Heidelin was going to sacrifice herself to keep people alive through it, but it was going to happen anyway, and then we were going to have to fight Zodiark at full power. And yeah, that's not at all what happened. That was quite surprising, yeah.
You're doing it right now. And then the other thing that really did put a twist in this too with Heidelin, everybody knew that we were going to be fighting Heidelin. Everybody expected it. And with me, I knew going into the Heidelin fight, this is it. Like, she is going to be gone after this. And I felt like I had prepared myself for that emotionally, but there's just no way to prepare yourself for that cutscene. Like,
yeah, I don't think, when I watched her playthrough of Endwalker about a week ago or so, I don't think I got as emotional as she did, but I have to go back to look at my own playthrough, right, to see my reaction, but yeah, that was quite emotional, yeah, it was pretty sad when Heidelin basically said her final words. I think I kind of knew it was going to happen, though, when we finished the fight, but before going into the next scene, when the trial was over, you guys saw what I did. I went and paid my respects to her right in front of her, and then I walked around her instead of walking through her. Out of respect, I walked around her, and then left the trial, and then the next cutscene, she passes on. And yeah, I was like, yep, there she goes, she's gone. But it was still very emotional. Like, I don't think I cried or got as emotional as she did, like, not as much. Can't remember her reaction too well now, but yeah, it was still I did choke up pretty fucking hard. And my eyes did water up quite a bit at that. It was pretty sad, because she's been looking out for us since the beginning, man. Since The Realm Reborn. And then you bond with her in the past when you go to Elpis and you meet her original human form, Vanath. It's like, they really make it hurt when she dies. But I think the scene that got most people, like, super emotional, and to this day, people consider it one of the best cutscenes in the entire game, Endwalker. Well, they probably even say that about all of FF14, right? Is the one where she shows how, and it's more figurative, it's not a literal showing of it, but where she explains her reasoning for why she sundered the world right after you head back to the present day. When you finish an Elpis and you head back to the present day, and it plays that montage using the theme song Answers from Realm Reborn. And Heidelin shows Vinod turning into Heidelin and sundering the world and why she did it and all that stuff and yada yada. That scene, I was just really intrigued by everything she was saying and tying it to the lyrics we were hearing. So I didn't get emotional. I was just sitting there, like, just really analyzing everything she was saying and hanging on every word, really compelled. So I wasn't like most other. Well, when I saw her reaction and when I saw one other streamer who played it, a lot of people were expecting the streamer, and a lot of people in the audience themselves were getting really emotional during that scene. I didn't, because I was just mostly just, what is she trying to say? I was really trying deeply to understand her reasoning. So I wasn't really getting emotional about it. But now when I rewatch the scene, now that I finished the game completely, rewatching it, and when I rewatched her play through it and everything, yeah, I choked up pretty hard watching that now. But my first playthrough, as you can see on my YouTube and Twitch channel, yeah, that scene didn't get to me like that, because I was just really intrigued on what she was actually saying. I was trying too hard to pay attention to her in the lyrics.
even knowing that that's what will come, it's just, oh my god. That was devastating. That was devastating to witness. So when was it decided the final act was going to include going to space? Ishikawa said, when I was thinking about the story, one of the earliest key phrases I decided on was Alphino's line when the Ragnarok sets off, go further than the moon, beyond the heavens. To the moon! The details were decided on in 2020, but I was thinking of the main points of the final act in late 2019. So that's why it was so easy for her when they finally got to the residential, because she...
Well, that was supposed to be Alphino's line. Unfortunately, you guys saw my playthrough. I stole that opportunity from him. I did it myself. What did I say? I think I referenced the fact that they were totally referencing FF7 when they were like, you gotta say it with more oomph or something. What did that little bunny say? I've seen dead stars with more whatever, like, basically, come on, you can say it better than that. And it gave me the choice. Do I say it, or do I let Alphino do the honors of saying, you know, Ragnarok, engage, take off, whatever. So that's what Alphino says if you let him do it. Okay. Go further than the moon, beyond the heavens. Nice.
I've been thinking about that since late 2019, like already just constantly brainstorming and thinking about it. It wasn't something that she was just like, oh, it's time for us to go to the residential now, we're going to work on the story. It's something that is always in her heart and in her mind.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. The details were decided on in 2020, but I was thinking of the main points of the final act in late 2019. The pandemic hadn't even started, and she was already... Jesus. How far ahead of time they write shit. That means they pretty much already have the plot for the next expansion set in stone right now. which makes sense, of course. Like they have to have that if they're already leading into it from 6.1 onwards. Which again, I haven't played it yet, so I don't know what's going to happen. But if they're already leading into, like they do in every previous expansion, between expansions, the MSQ for each patch kind of leads into the next one really well and smoothly. Well, I should rephrase that. Until Endwalker, most expansions were like the the X.3 patch is usually the actual like true ending finale of an expansion story, and then the 0.4 and 5 are like the prologue for the next expansion. And you notice the difference. There's like it's almost a little jarring, but not too much because they write it pretty well. But yeah, you notice the cut where it's like, okay, 5.3, we defeated the Warrior of Light, Elidibus, whatever. We go back to the source. Everyone's happy. We're back home, yada yada. Cool. It feels like an ending, like a more proper ending than, 5.0's ending, right? And then 5.4, it's like, all right, what's our next adventure? And you just immediately go into it, like, oh, this is what's going to happen next. But there's also usually a cliffhanger, right? Like the end of 5.3, they literally say the next chapter is the final chapter of this story, or whatever. And so this time they ended the story at 6.0. So 6.1 all the way to 6.5 is going to be all set up for 7.0. That's 5 patches worth of MSQ that's just setting up 7.0. That's just something we haven't actually seen. That many patches of MSQ setting up the next one, that usually doesn't happen. They usually end, like I just said, they usually end the story on 0.3, but this time they ended it on 0.0, which is cool. I like that better, that they did that. I hope they do that from now on. They end the story at the 0.0, and then 0.1 and beyond just sets up the next one. Oh my god, I paused her at a perfect spot. Look at her. She looks intense.
And it really shows. Oda said previously there had been elements like Omega and the dragons that link to space. So we talked about that. We should make use of these. Ishikawa said, Oda-san is very into sci-fi. Oh, is he a Trekkie? So I thought maybe you can put some nice details into a location like Ultimate Fool. Oh man, that was so cool. We can safely make it to the edge of the universe.
Yeah, I'm glad they did that they used elements of Omega's storyline and Midgard-Sormer's storyline since they came from outer space, both of them. They're aliens. I'm glad that they tied that in a little bit in Ultimate Soul.
Ishikawa says, when she joined the team during Realm Reborn's development, Hydaelyn's call, hear, feel, think, already existed. When she first looked at it, she thought it was interesting that it was like this, with think at the end, rather than see, hear, feel. When she wrote Endwalker, she decided to bring back this line, that players not only see and hear, but also think about what they've experienced up until now. That was such a cool moment in the Hydaelyn fight, when like you hear it in context finally. Hear the song of creation's end. Feel the sorrow of hope's demise. Think. Find your way through darkness.
Oh, is that how it goes? I gotta listen to the lyrics of that, because I was too busy fighting Hydaelyn trying to stay alive, so I wasn't listening to that. That's pretty cool.
I think about that line a lot. This is probably not gonna make any sense, but whenever I feed my cat, like when it's time for me to feed my cat dinner, she likes to meow in despair and sing the song of despair and screech. I think many cats do this when they realize the cat food can is being opened. And for some reason, every time that I hear my cat doing this, I'm imagining, I could just hear Hydaelyn like, hear the song of creation's end. Because that's what, it's like my cat singing the song of despair every time I feed her, because it's like she's been starving and she's, okay, it doesn't matter. Interviewer, certainly there's a lot for players.
Okay, that's good aside. I'm glad to know I'm not the only one who rambles about shit like that. That was interesting. That's, yeah, a very unexpected connection there. She thinks about it when she feeds her cat.
To think about. Ishikawa said, for example, is what Hermes did wrong, or was it the first step for humanity? Is what Meteion did wrong, or was it the people who gave Meteion her despair in the wrong? No. Nobody was wrong. That was a beautiful thing about it, because near the end of the story, you see so much suffering that Meteion has caused, and even at that final cutscene where you're walking, you're forced to walk, you don't, like, I didn't feel any ill will or hatred for Meteion. Like,
yeah, this is true. I think that's what a lot of people like about the characters in FF14 is it's almost never black and white. Shades of gray, as I always say. That's what the world is, realistically, and that's how the characters are written. A lot of them, despite the despicable shit that they do, a lot of them have very valid reasons for doing it, and so you can it's really hard to really be like, this guy's a complete asshole and that's that. There was always moments where you're like, this guy's an asshole, but I get why he's doing it. And those are good written characters. Those are well written villains, I guess, when you can say that. So I do, yeah. Actually, I think that's probably why people like the story so much. They're not one dimensional. That's the best way to put it. The villains are not one dimensional, and even the heroes. There's a lot of anti-hero type characters too. Like even in Realm Reborn, you see this with Merlvid talking about how she's not averse to drowning her neighbor if she has to. When they're talking about the kobolds, I think, and the Sahagin, the beast tribes, basically, which they're now called. They're just called tribes now because Eorzea is united now. The beast tribes and all the nations, all one big ass alliance called the Eorzea Alliance, right? So I think they're gonna go with tribes. They're just gonna call them tribes now instead of beast tribes because it's derogatory towards them. Anyway, that's an aside. But yeah, in the beginning, in Realm Reborn, yeah, she says something about like, fuck it, if I want to drown them, if that's what it takes to survive, if it's us or them, it's gonna be us. So even she sounds like a villain at that point. And Yuguri comments on it or something because it's in the post game for Realm Reborn. So yeah, even the good guys are pretty shady, and the bad guys, most of the time, have some redeeming qualities to them. Yeah, that's pretty good writing, I think.
Still felt
do that.
compassion for her, even though I was so upset about what was happening.
Right, and yeah, what she said, Medion is no different. Yeah, I certainly during my playthrough, I didn't feel any kind of like strong hatred towards her at the end, even in the last moments in Ultima Thule. Before the final dungeon and all that, or during the final battle, no, yeah. I was just like, I was actually thinking, I hope we can actually, like, help her become re-purified again and be good again and come back with us. I hope she doesn't die, because she didn't deserve this. What happened to her? She just got overwhelmed by the negative emotions from all the extinct societies she met across the galaxy.
Which is very interesting, like a very interesting thing to do. It's a difficult thing to pull off for a villain. So, Oda said, I joined the project during 1.0, and there was already some fundamentals of the world building, such as the Ashians and Hydaelyn. In truth, we didn't know what to do with this lore. I'm glad that we were able to make something players can understand. But you did know what to do with the lore. You made it good. You made it way better. Yoshifie said, even back in Realm Reborn, Heavensward and Stormblood, it was said, we don't have detailed lore yet for what the Ashians' goals are. So let's just have them be doing bad stuff in the background. What?
What the fuck?
Wait a minute, so you're telling me during Realm Reborn, Heavensward, and Stormblood, you said, let's just have those guys doing bad stuff in the background. We'll figure it out. You didn't even know why.
That was the line that hit me really hard when I first saw this. I was like, seriously? Like that? See, like I still can't get it. I was like, they didn't even have an endgame in mind for the Ascians yet, even though they were already talking about their Lord Zodiark at the end of Realm Reborn. This explains so much. The fact that they still didn't know what they wanted to do with the Ascians back then just explains... Let me see if I have it. This image? No. Oh crap, I unloaded it. No! Let me see if I can load it up really fast, because it's relevant now. This explains why this didn't go anywhere. Here, let me see. Image, add source, new source, or whatever. Okay, there it is. And then browse. It's on my desktop, so it'll probably not take too long. This thing's why this didn't go anywhere. Oh crap! Is it this one? I don't know. Let me just look at my desktop really quick. Screenshot 018. Okay, I think I got it. Where is it? What time I can't load this one up? Oh, there it is. Okay, this one. Let me transition. This shows at the end of Realm Reborn. This went nowhere. Like, my first interpretation of it was, is it Hydaelyn corrupted by darkness? And then later I think by the time I finished Shadowbringers, I went back and saw this and was like, oh! It's supposed to be Zodiark. maybe that is what it represented. But like one of the things I said during Endwalker, maybe it's not going to go anywhere. And yeah, it didn't. This never went anywhere. If this was meant to represent Zodiark, it's from a concept they later discarded once they decided on the actual ending of the story. So the story ending that Yoshi P probably had in mind way back in Realm Reborn was probably very different from what we got. I don't think Heidelin and Zodiark were meant to just be primals, and the eldest of primals. I think he had something very different in mind, which is why Zodiark had his own crystal, like that looked just like Heidelin's, like we see here. I think that's definitely a thing. But yeah. Anyway.
Ishikawa said, it's easy to think we planned it out in advance, but in truth, that's wrong. The original Ascian lore only went as far as, looks like they're doing bad stuff.
Looks like they're doing bad stuff. Oh no, they're doing shady shit, those Ascians. Those pesky Ascians. That was it, huh? Oh my god. See what I mean? They're admitting it right there. They're just being like, yeah, we didn't have this planned out. But we can see why you guys think that way, and even though they're not saying this part, to me, that's really good writing. The fact that they were able to plan it out that late at the end of Stormblood and still make it seem like they had it planned out all along from the very beginning when they didn't.
What? Looks like they're doing bad stuff, man. Oh, man.
Shady stuff. Your mate's a shady
You
man.
didn't have to say that. You really didn't have to tell on yourself like that, Yoshi P. You could have said, well, this story has been in development since Final Fantasy III.
I know, man. At some point, they could have just taken the credit and been like, yeah, we're badasses. That's how good we are. We had this all planned out since way back then, the NES era. It's like, what? But it just goes to show how honest they like to be with us. The fact that they're willing to say this in an interview. And just be like, yeah, we didn't have it planned out. Surprise.
Surprise, motherfucker.
And we've been plotting carefully this whole time. Anyway. Okay. So, of course, we made some use of the lore, of some lore we came up with earlier, too. Sharlayan going to space is an example of that. That was already part of the lore. In 1.0, Sharlayan was established as, like, a field guide to the world. So even back then, there was a lore that they gather knowledge of the world in order to travel to other stars. Holy shit, that's crazy. Back in 1.0, it was said about the Ascians, they're paranormal entities that are planning something. They have no shadows. That's horrible. This is a horrible pitch for a bad guy. But back then, other characters' shadows also didn't display. So the Ascian special feature was done away with. And so after that, they were rebuilt into a group of bad guys. The way the Scions have been depicted has changed a lot too.
A group of bad guys. That's it. So originally they were meant to be paranormal entities that are planning something, but they have no shadows. But back then, other character shadows also didn't display. Oh, I get it from a technical level, yeah, because 1.0 was such shit. So outdated, yeah. They were just rebuilt into a group of bad guys. No wonder they didn't look like monsters anymore, and they took the original monster Ascian form, which was, that was it, those were the Ascians in 1.0, was reworked in Heavensward to be the form that Laha Brea and what's-her-name, Igarim, take when they fuse. When they do a little fusion hot dance, DBZ style, they turn into an Ascian Prime, they call it, right? And that's the original Ascian model from 1.0, where it looks all like monster, demonic, and all that shit.
Hold up. Ichikawa says that one idea behind the trust system introduced in Shadowbringers is that you can keep going on adventures with the Scions after the story is over. Yeah. Yoshida says that back during the development of Heavensward, Oda and the Realm Reborn / Heavensward lead writer Mayhiro told him that they strongly wanted to recreate the feeling in classic Final Fantasy games of going on a journey with party members. So they wrote the story of Word of Light, Alfie, Asinian, and Asael's journey as the group before. That was amazing. That was one of the strongest points of Heavensward, I think, when you are like traveling through up the mountain and then you stop at the camp and like you're chatting. That was a very strong memory for me. One of the first moments in my Final Fantasy XIV journey where I felt like super, super connected to all of the characters. About Graha, Ishikawa says that.
Yeah, I agree with what she said. I felt that too my first time through Heavensward way back in 2020. I had that thought when I was traveling with Justinian and Alfina and Azael through Heavensward for the first time. I was like, it's like, this is very different from Realm Reborn. I'm actually traveling with a little posse. Like, this is my little party, like in old school FF games. Yeah. I was like, we're going on a little adventure to go do something. big, right? There's a little party, but you know, without the trust system to do the dungeons with them, you still had to do those with other players. There was still that disconnect that made it feel weird. I was like, okay, I'm traveling with them. We're supposedly all going through the dungeon together, but I'm having to do it with 3 other random people I've never met before through Duty Finder. It feels weird. It doesn't quite feel right. So this is probably going to lead into them talking about why they're doing duty support now.
The end of Crystal Tower, when Word of Light and Graha part ways, is implied they will meet again. But at that point, it hadn't been decided at all when or how this would happen. I think that was pretty obvious to most of us. Like, it was pretty clear when he went back in the Crystal Tower, like, well, they just put him in their pocket for use in a future expansion, which is normal and fine. What sort of discussions did you have with the design team for the zones? Tavnera is inspired by India. What? No way.
She's pretty good. For a minute, I thought she was serious. I can tell she's being sarcastic now, but yeah. Obviously, Thavner is India.
Garlemald is inspired by the Roman Empire and Russia. We shared real-world cultures and so on.
That sigh she let out just there was like, feels too real. Since where she was living was literally attacked by Russia not too long before this video was made.
The designers. Yeah, I noticed. Interviewer said, by the way, at the end of Endwalker, Emmett hints at some new locations. But she said, this isn't the end of the story. So we wanted to create the feeling that the adventure continues as our next goal to work towards. Oh yeah, that did not hit well with me at all. This did not make me feel better at all. I think it was supposed to make me feel better when he's talked about all the new locations you can go adventure in and travel to. But at the time, I was just like, no, I don't want to go anywhere else. Just stay with us. No, like, it was horrible. Like, I was being a huge baby. Okay.
She's not lying. I watched her playthrough. She did get very, very emotional when Emmett Selk and Hitler Deus were telling their goodbyes and telling us to keep exploring the world and that there's more adventures waiting for us in the future.
Ishikawa said from the planning stage, this was one of the lines I wanted to put in. Oda said there's other continents we haven't visited yet. This time we had to create a map for the entire world since you can see the planet from the moon. Yeah, you can. You can see Mericidia, for example. Wow, this interviewer is on top of his shit. Are you kidding me? This interviewer is like...
Excuse me? He can tell Mericidia is on the map if you go up to the moon and look at the planet from there? How does he know where Mericidia is? I didn't... What the fuck?
Studied the planet from the moon already and noticed the continent of Mericidia there? Okay. That's right. This might be one finale.
I'm sure someone has like a time lapse of the planet rotating, because if you stand there, it goes with the Eorzea time, but you will see the planet rotating. I had to use the rewind feature on the PS5 to see it, yeah. But if you just stare at it, you don't even notice it. It's like trying to watch, you know, that saying they have about a watch pot never boils? It's kind of like that.
But I thought we had to leave the impression that the entire adventure isn't over while looking at Yoshida. I hear there's a guy who's thinking about the next 10 years. Yoshida said there's also the shards. If you call it a multiverse.
The nervous laugh.
Oh no. There's been... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Weren't there a lot of different copies of Meteon? And what if one of them slipped into the other...
I think she's reaching here. I don't think that's where they're going with this. But it is interesting if they do end up calling the other reflections of the source multiverse. That will be interesting. But technically, yeah, they're not other planets. It's literally different dimensions. Like when Heidelin sundered the world, she made different dimensions for each reflection of the source, which is really weird and interesting.
Universe. That's not a good idea. There's been opinions that we've been to space and fought despair. What could we possibly fight next? Yes, but in the Final Fantasy series, there's also been fights against nothingness. Did he just spoil the next expansion? Did he just spoil? Bro.
Does nothingness refer to Necron from FF9? Who wants to end the world after seeing Kuja trying to destroy it? Damn, I just did a whole Final Fantasy marathon, but it was so long. 9 months. I don't remember. Battles against nothingness. What are they referring to?
Yoshi P. That said, it's just... Okay, whatever. That said, I think it's wrong to think that because we fought despair this time. The next threat will be even bigger, that the scale of the story will just keep increasing relentlessly. In the final scene, Xenos returned us to an adventure. I think maybe it'd be good to go on an adventure again. Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's the correct path forward, is not just make it more and more and more and more and more big and big and big and ridiculous. Like, we need to reset ourselves and humble ourselves so we can shift gears here, right? Go down.
And on that note, that actually brings me to something I was actually thinking towards the end of Endwalker. Actually, no, when I finished it, Yeah, when I finished it, I was thinking this, but I didn't voice it because I was so overwhelmed and trying to process everything during the credits and all that. I was actually thinking to myself, perhaps, I mean, just look at the title of 6.1, Newfound Adventure, and look at the logo. Again, I haven't played 6.1 yet, but still, just looking at that, I was kind of thinking to myself, I think the next expansion, and maybe even the next patch and everything from here on out, for a while at least, MSQ-wise, is probably going to be very lighthearted. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the next expansion is just some generic little happy adventure that's very lighthearted and the stakes aren't that high at all. Like a Realm Reborn all over again, basically. Where the stakes were, you know, yeah, they get kind of high, but not too bad. Not Endwalker levels of, yeah, exactly what she's saying. Like, they're probably going to hit the reset button on that and make it more down-to-earth, sort of lighthearted. But it does bring up interesting thoughts about where they're going to go. Are we going to go on, like, a big... Actually, I think she goes into this, if I remember when I last saw this video, so I'll just let it play.
On a different path. So what was your favorite scene in Endwalker? Oda said the scene where you walk across the lifeless town in Ultima Thule. Oh, that was so creepy. Oh, that was so creepy. Ishikawa said, mine's the scene with Miton in the flower field in Ultima Thule. Oh man, yeah. Everybody, look. Flowers have no problem growing there because all of the tears of the players who have stood there. It's just like so many people crying that the ground is completely soggy.
She's not wrong.
By every new player who gets to that point, so they are never gonna, they're never gonna wither. They're never gonna die. The next threat will be even bigger. Oh wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm completely off track. I'm completely off track because I highlighted it and I lost where I was. Okay, Yoshi P said his favorite scene. I requested to Ishikawa-san, when Uriel returns home, please settle his feelings regarding Moonbrita. Yes, that was really needed to be done. That was very appropriate. It was depicted in a beautiful way. I cried so many times while checking that scene. Oh, poor Yoshi P. Imagine.
Dude, that scene, I started crying the moment that Moonbrita's mom hugged Urianger. Just go back and watch. Like, that was the moment I immediately just started, like, you know, crying the way that I do. I just, yeah, oh my god, that moment hit so fucking hard.
Imagine that he has to check the scenes over and over and over. Ishikawa said Yoshi P is weak to that scene and the scene where Julius holds out his cup. Oh yeah.
That's another really good one where it got me pretty hard too, yeah. That's the scene right before that iconic quest battle at the beginning, right? The body snatching scenario. God, that was an adrenaline rush. That is by far my favorite quest battle of this entire game of Endwalker, was when you get your body snatched. Assholes. It's the fucking Ginyu fight between Goku and Ginyu and Dragon Ball Z all over again, man. Literally, it was that. It was literally the same thing. Except Goku and Ginyu's body didn't have to sneak past a bunch of ravenous monsters and Magitech fucking machines and zombified soldiers trying to kill him, but still. But yeah, the scene leading into that quest battle, where Euless holds out his cup and he starts crying when he finally realizes he's safe and amongst friends, but at the same time, everything he yearned for and stood for is now gone forever. All of that obviously overwhelmed him so badly. He just starts crying when he looks down at the cup of, you know, whatever that little thing was that they gave him to drink. After he takes his first taste, right? So many emotions went through him, and it was conveyed so brilliantly with the music, the camera angles, everything. It hits really fucking hard. I still cry when I see that scene again. So, yeah, that one's pretty good too.
I can't help, said Yoshi P. No matter how many times I watch it, my tear glands.
Oh. I'm guessing he paused and he probably choked up thinking about it. Look, this is my tear glands, dash, dot, 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 dot. He probably choked up and couldn't keep talking.
His tear glands. Can you work out your tear glands and have, like, buff tear glands? When I was put in charge of F14's 1.0, Uriel was the first original character we created, so I'm glad we could bring him this far. He's turned into an eccentric, competent astrologian. I think he's a good combo with Thancred. Yeah, definitely. Yoshida said, another scene that left a strong impression is Tatsuru's welcome.
So if we go back to watch the 1.0 cutscenes, the moment Urianger appears is when we know that Yoshi had taken over at that point. Okay.
Back with open arms after Ragnarok returns to Atheris. Shadowbringers was a story. Oh man. When you get back to the Rising Stones and you're asked, like, well, did you have a good adventure? Like, was it worthwhile? Was it there or was it Heidelin who asked you that? Who was it that asked you that? It was like, I think it was in the Rising Stones.
Twice they ask you this. In Vana, in Elpis was asked, yeah. She's like, She says, your adventure and everything you've been through, would you say it was worth it? And then right before the Warrior of Light answers, your character, that woman comes in and interrupts and says they're ready for whatever. Yeah, back in Elpis. And then when you actually fight Heidelin, she remembers that and reminds you of that question. She says, that question I posed to you, long ago, 10,000 years ago, basically, when I met you back then, still remains unanswered. Give me your answer, through your actions, and then you fight her.
Yeah, Shadowbringers was a story from good night to good morning. And Endwalker is a story from see you later to welcome back. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry reading this interview. It's too much.
She's just trying not to cry now. Yeah. I guess Satoru's line really nails that then when she says, welcome home, everyone, when the ship reappears on the, on the terrace. Yeah.
Oh man. Okay. This is stirring up too many emotions. Oh shit. It's Thancred. Yeah, when Thancred asked if you were happy to be a Scion. Okay, anyway. This is too much for me. Interview said, Hermes and Meteon are characters that have had different responses among players. Ishikawa said, when I was writing Hermes, I thought it'd be a character 80% of people would hate and 20% of people would love. I think it's reversed. Probably about 80% of people love Hermes. But even for the people who love him, you recognize his complexities and emptiness. But personally, I really, really love him. Me too. He himself made a huge mistake, but that mistake made him the foundation for everything that came after. Without Hermes, the story itself wouldn't have happened. Without him, the world might have become like what we saw in the third area of the Dead End's dungeon.
And before we go into that, yeah, my personal comment on Hermes, yeah, I also couldn't bring myself to hate him anymore once I saw what he was. Once we went to Elpis and got to know him there, I was saying it on stream, I was like, yeah, it's people like this who get hurt the most to the point where they could end up snapping and then going in the complete opposite direction. He was so full of compassion for all life forms that, he was so sick and tired of them just discarding them like they were nothing. It's no wonder he snapped when Meteon did at the same time and allowed her to do what she did. And then in his present-day incarnation as Ammon, and then the Ascian, with memories of both of those lives, Ammon and Hermes, decided to just, yeah, fuck it, Zonde's right, we should just end everything, because fuck this world. Like, yeah, people that have a lot of empathy and compassion like that, if they get too much shit thrown at them, they can snap and then become the complete opposite. They'll just want to burn everything to the ground. Yeah, it fits this. It's an actual psychological profile, I feel. And interesting too, without him, the world might have, without Hermes and Meteon, I guess, the world might have become like what we saw in the third area of the Dead End Dungeon. And then the interviewer says where Rala appears, right? You know what? She's probably gonna, actually, I remember this video enough to know that she's probably gonna say what I'm gonna say anyway, so I'm just gonna let it go.
It would have definitely been that. It would have. I think it was very obvious because you're in there and you see. Oh crap! You see.
She got auto logged out. This is back when AFK auto log out was still a thing.
The people there wearing the robes. It's very similar to the Amartine robes, and I think it's meant to be very much on the nose. It's meant to be very similar to because they're also very tall. I think they're quite big. Just be reminiscent of that. Okay, I have to wait a second. Where Rala appears. Hermes' mistake is like the first wound the people of Atheris bear. Whether people think this was a mistake or part of becoming stronger will differ. It had to happen. This is so in line with the message of Endwalker, what she said here. Hermes' mistake is the first wound the people of Atheris bear. The wound that allowed Atheris to survive when all other worlds could not. Without the wound, without the pain, had everything just been normal and gone fine, Atheris would have been just another victim. Yeah, he passed the great filter.
Yeah, I would say they would have ended up exactly like the Rala people, the people in that world where they eliminated all suffering. They achieved what would essentially some people call perfection or utopia, right? And then because of that, joy and everything else just lost its flavor or its savor. I think they use savor, right? Same thing. And then they just became these depressed wrecks who just wanted to die because life became completely pointless at that point for them. And yeah, I think that's a good connection. The source, well, back before it was divided and was called the source, Atheris, we could just say that. Back when it was unsundered, was such a beautiful paradise that was definitely heading in that direction. They eventually would have reached the quote-unquote end of their work. I don't think this is possible in real life. That's why I'm saying it like that, with quotes. They would have made Atheris perfect, and then they would have been like, well, now what the fuck do we do? Life's pointless. Let's all just kill ourselves. They would have ended up exactly like the Rala people, yeah. That's very true. If Hermes and Meteon didn't do what they did, and then Heidelin sundering the world and putting humanity through that rigorous trial for 10,000 years, yeah, that was probably a necessary evil then. Now that we look at it in this, yeah, that all makes sense.
Interviewer said, what did you focus on while making the Elpis own? We kept in mind the concept of paradise. While we made an area like the Sea of Clouds before, we wanted Elpis to look more man-made. It's similar to Amrat. But while Amrat felt lonely, Elpis feels warm. Yeah. She just said we decided that Elpis should be the most
Meteon on the right, in the in-game footage, a little Twitter bird with two tails.
beautiful area in the game. A world that's extremely beautiful, abundant, and on the surface overflowing with happiness. But once you step in, we wanted it to feel dangerous. Back in Shadowbringers, we were afraid of the Ancients, but in Endwalker, with the presence of those two we're familiar with, Emmett and Hithlo, they feel friendlier. Well, yeah. I mean, it's pre-sundering, so... Yoshida said, when Hermes says he will make judgment on humanity, in a way, it's very impartial. Making judgment. This is something Emmett Selk did many times, and each time killed so many people. Emmett Selk wanted to get back...
Yeah, Elpis essentially gave off the vibe that was like the Garden of Eden. Something we can never go back to. It's like a paradise that's been forever lost. And they cemented that with the fact that the rejoining never actually happened, like I thought it was going to.
His sundered friends and the people he loved. And with forthright emotions, he handed down his final judgment. Looking at it that way, Hermes made judgment in an objective way. So it's a bit surprising that we can forgive Emmett Selk's judgment, but we can't forgive Hermes. I think that... Hermes' judgment was honestly more reasonable than Emmett Selk's because he posed this question that looms over you through the rest of the story, which is, why should mankind survive? Ishikawa said Hermes is impartial, but our hearts can't get close to him in the way we can with Emmett Selk. It's just because there wasn't enough time, I think, between our player character with Hermes. So I latched onto Hermes really hard pretty much immediately. I related to Hermes very, very much. So I had no problem sympathizing with, probably because I'm vegan. And I felt like a lot of the things that he was saying about feeling the compassion for the animals that are just slaughtered because they've outlived their purpose. And he felt like a weirdo for being so upset about that. And he felt like maybe he's the aberration for being so upset about that. Like I felt a lot of sympathy for him in that. And so maybe that's why just me personally, I latched onto this character very easily. Yoshipi said, right, with Emmett Selk, it's easy to put your feelings into his own. Wanting to get your friends back is a very straightforward human emotion. Yoshipi says that Hermes is a character that is a bit like social media. Wait, what? Although it would have been...
Hold that thought. Yeah, I think he's right about Emmett Selk. I think that was why most people found it pretty easy to... He just wants to bring back what he used to have. We all have that, yeah. We all have moments in our life where we wish we could go back to an earlier time where we perceived that things were better back then. And then in some cases that means bringing back loved ones who are now gone. I haven't experienced a lot of that loss yet, but I know I will eventually. And when I do, I'm probably going to sympathize even more with Emmett Selk and the other Asians who just wanted to bring back their loved ones and the paradise that they once had.
Best to decide the answer on his own. He can't reach a decision himself and ends up listening to many different opinions. It would have been...
Oh my god. Yeah, what she said was Hermes, the character, is a bit like social media. Yoshida said this in the interview. Although it would have been best to decide the answer on his own, he can't reach a decision himself and ends up listening to many different opinions. Holy shit, dude. That's pretty based right there. They took what a lot of people do in social media, and hence why certain people got into power who should never have gotten into power in real life. And the conspiracy theories that are now prevalent and held up as truth in certain circles online is because of this, yeah. Because there's a lot of people out there who just don't want to think for themselves. It's too hard and distressing for them. So instead, they'd rather do this. Yeah, they'd rather just let someone else tell them what they're supposed to think, and they go on social media for that. And then all of a sudden, we have nonsense touted as truth. Jesus Christ.
Best for him to decide the answer on his own. Then in the final messages at the end of the interview. This is a very strange thing to say, Yoshipi. Hermes is a character that's like social media. Is Meteon actually Twitter?
So this is where that meme probably came from. So when I was finishing Endwalker, I think it was Crimson, somebody said that Meteon was like Twitter. I think it was Crimson, yeah. He told me through direct messages. And I thought about it. The reason I was like, yeah, that makes sense, immediately snapped it, like, yeah, that makes sense, holy shit, and I started laughing about it. For me, it was because at that point, when she was, you know, the bad guy, and we were there to kill her or whatever, you know, we're trying to finish off Endsinger. Picturing Endsinger as Twitter, for me, was funny because I was just thinking despair. I was like, yeah, Twitter's completely filled and overwhelmed with despair. It's like, it's just people angry, fighting and yelling at each other and crying and getting depressed about this or that, and it's all just so much negativity. Like, this is it's a common thing. Like, most people look at Twitter as like this horribly negative thing. Rightfully so. It's just, holy shit. It's just people yelling at each other, screaming at each other constantly. There's very few pockets of good shit on Twitter. So I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Media on his Twitter, she even looks like the little Twitter bird, and she's filled with tons of despair and all this and hopelessness. That's Twitter, yeah. Maybe this is where that came from. See, she's thinking about it right now.
I feel like, kinda, yeah. Social commentary. Tweetion.
That's some base social commentary if it was intentional. Holy shit.
I relate to that a lot because, especially lately, I have to consciously and deliberately limit the amount of time that I spend on Twitter, because otherwise I will actually fall into a pit of despair. Because on Twitter, you're just constantly hearing the feedback, all the other tweets of all the despair and suffering that's going on in the world. And it can sort of overwhelm you if you do not ground yourself. But Meltdown lacked the ability to ground herself. She could not do that. She could only fully immerse in the emotions of others. So in a way, when you use Twitter, you are like one of Meteon's sisters by engaging so much with the emotions of other people, the raw emotions that are just constantly coming without any end. So I definitely see that. That makes a lot of sense to me. There's another side to it too. Like, it's not all...
Nothing sexual. That was literally just, you know, getting overwhelmed with emotions could probably feel like you go fucking crazy.
Negative. But most of it probably is. Yeah, I would say most of it is. So, Ishikawa said, from now on there will be a new storyline, but there are plans to release a supplemental story for Inwa. Oh, really? Japanese fans suggest that she might be talking about stories in the Tales from Side Story series. Oh, I mean, that's fine. That would be okay. Actually, Ishikawa, how about... maybe not.
That would be okay, and I already know what that is and what they're talking about. There's some stuff they were releasing on the website only before Endwalker's release. I talked about it a little bit on the stream while I was playing through Endwalker. The Tales of whatever, and there was a story about Yugri and Hien and how they met and all this stuff, yeah.
I mean, because you might be busy working on the next expansion, but maybe some novels? maybe we could get some novel series of books about Final Fantasy lore. That would be awesome. Novels, please. Like, I would love some novels from the pre-Sundering period. That would be pretty interesting. Or really, any time. I'm surprised we don't have that yet. But we do have this short story. It's a Tales from short stories, so I'm really going to be looking forward to that. I assume that's what they're talking about. I seriously doubt that this is a reference to, like, big side story quests being added. I doubt that, but who knows? I just doubt it. Oh yeah, to clarify, I would not want... I don't think that this is something that you would have to worry about when it comes to Final Fantasy XIV writers. Obviously, I wouldn't want there to be novels that would serve as a substitute or like serve as necessary reading to understand the plot. I think it would have to be novels that focus on maybe other characters that we don't necessarily meet in the main story quest, just like other things going on outside of the purview of the Warrior of Light's perspective, so that way it can flesh out the world a little more and just teach you more about the world and what's going on outside of our own experience as the Warrior of Light or adventurer. So this was really amazing. I'm glad that somebody translated the...
Right, I hope they don't turn it into, like, the Gears of War novels right before Gears 3 came out. If you didn't read them, you can be pretty fucking lost about... Excuse me. You can be pretty fucking lost at what's happening in the very beginning of Gears 3. Not really, because they did a good job of explaining, yeah, this is, you know, like, there's a time jump, basically. But they mention in the prologue to Gears 3 things that happen in the novels without any of the details, and if you want the details, you gotta go buy the fucking novels. Like, oh yeah, we were on this island called Vectis, and then we got chased out of there, so now we're living on the ocean on these little aircraft hangars or whatever. And it's like, what? So yeah, I guess it's not necessary, but you know, for lore buffs, it's kind of like who just want to be able to get all the lore from the games themselves. They don't want to have to play Gears of War 1 and 2 and then go read like 2 or 3 novels to see the connection bridging all 3 games together when they got the novel writer to become the head writer for Gears 3. So yeah, that would suck. Nobody wants to do that. Yeah, it would be better, like she's saying, if the novels were just like for background, unimportant things, but for lore geeks, or not unimportant things, but things that will not directly influence your ability to understand what the hell is happening in the next expansion. Like, oh, if you want to know why this person's suddenly evil or why this person is a bad guy threatening us now, you gotta go read the novel. Huh? People want to be able to experience the damn story through the game, so yeah, I get that. Oh, that was a long one. Holy shit. But that was pretty much the end of that one. And now back to something a little bit more lighthearted. But yeah, I'll cut this video here because that one was by far one of the most important ones. Not as funny as some of the other videos we've seen on this stream right now, but it's a good wrap up for everything that just happened with Endwalker and all that stuff. And yeah, who knows? Maybe they didn't talk about it. Maybe it was a different video I saw, but I think she also talked about the fact that like from 6.1 onwards, it's probably going to be like a kind of a lighthearted adventure to kind of give us a cool down period from all the super end of the world dramatic shit that happened in Endwalker. It's like from 6.1 to 7.0 is probably going to be a very lighthearted stuff. But who knows? I'll find out once I start playing 6.1, which will probably be tomorrow at this point. It's too late now to get started. And my voice is almost already shot. So if I have to narrate stuff, which I will for, you know, if I have to narrate out loud or read out loud stuff, which I will for the raids and other side content that I still have to do before I even get started on 6.1, I can't do it today. My voice is already getting shot. So yeah. Alright, next video. That's for me. To edit, you know, to know where to cut the video. Oh, where are we at? 3 hours and 41 minutes? Okay, so. Alright, last video I had to comment on for today. I'll let it play and hold my comments, otherwise I'll just end up repeating what she said.
This thread on Tales from Duty Finder subreddit. I saw this thread on Tales from Duty Finder subreddit. And I thought it was fairly entertaining. They said they dodged a bullet choosing a new static to join. This is gonna scare everybody away from finding a static, I'm sure. So basically they were looking for a static. The group advertised as mid-core rating static. Focus on being positive and having fun. Sounds good. And they had a group meeting to have a little chat about how they were gonna do everything. They were gonna do Realm Reborn. Minimum item level. Start with Realm Reborn raids, alright. Just to, you know, chat about Realm Reborn, let people get to know each other. Here's what I heard. The organizer mandated everyone get HQ X potions to use. Healing pots. To help conserve healer mana so they can cast more stone.
I have never heard anyone use this as a strategy. I think I see where this is going.
He said he was gonna call out in boss fights when everyone should use their potions as a group. So everybody.
Yeah, I saw like a tiny bit of this video, but I was distracted, so I didn't hear all of it earlier. Jesus Christ, this is not going anywhere good.
Chug-a-lug is probably the call out for when everybody should use the healing potion at the same time, because there's going to be raid-wide damage from Leviathan, and so we all need to chug it down. Right, okay. He was also going to use FF logs, you know, not to check damage or anything, but to ensure people were actually using the health. Now, is this guy selling the health pots? Is this guy in the health? Is this all an elaborate ploy? Because he's cornered the market on HQX potions, and he really needs, because nobody buys these. So this is not true. Is that he's just really fucking trying to push this new strat. Plan to call out for the healers in the group. When to DPS and when to heal. He also did not have any healer level.
Oh, this sounds like a great raid leader already. Trying to tell healers how to do their job when he's never played the job himself at all, huh? I'll tell the healers when they DPS and when to heal, but I've never played a healer in my life. It's like, good. And he's telling people to use their health pots to maximize the healer's DPS. So they want them to stand up. I think somebody in the chat just said this. It might have swung past by really quick by now, but does he want the healer to stand at point blank from the boss too, so he can whack, so you can do the auto attack where you whack him with your cane and do like 1 point of damage in between all those dias and stones you're using, or glares, or whatever the fuck? Like, I'm not even a hardcore player, and I already know this is a bad idea. Holy shit.
I will tell them when to deeps and when to heal. It reminds me of that Anixia raid leader. It was like, more dots! More.
Oh, but look, he wants to do the callouts, but look at number 5. Consistently stated he did not want to be raid lead despite saying all of this. Okay, if you're not going to be the raid leader, you can't enforce any of this then. It's like, if you want people to do all of this and force them to do it, then you have to be the leader and be like, what I say goes. You're going to tell people, this is how we have to play, and if you don't do it, fuck off, but I'm not the leader? Well, then why the hell do I have to listen to you? Excuse me. Like, what is this shit?
Dots! It's probably the same guy. He just moved over to Final Fantasy. Consistently stated he did not want to be the raid lead. He's simply the potion seller. Now, I was seeing red flags, okay?
Yeah, now I'm starting to suspect she's onto something with this whole potion selling thing. This guy just wants to sell X potions.
This guy was acting like Realm Reborn Extremes were tough as current Savage content. I should have ditched. And forgot about it. But I wanted to discuss why he was using health pots instead of potions of strength. Or for dealing more damage. How?
Hoping that maybe I could help him out and get an idea of what's the next one?
However, the instant that I said...
She skipped that, she's already going on to the next thing. I mean, that's pretty valid to just be like, so why are we doing this instead of what literally everybody else does in actual endgame content, like actual Savage content, where you use strength potions, not healing potions? What the fuck are we doing here?
I was seeing red flags. The call in...
Here we go, because she skipped over some shit. Hoping that maybe I could help him out and get an idea of even why he was trying to optimize a Realm Reborn Extremes this much. However, the instant I said I felt I was seeing some red flags, the call was ended and I was immediately kicked and blocked from the server we were on. Wow.
Ended. And I was kicked and blocked from the server we were on. Okay. Weird situation, but I went on to create my own mid-level static. We do our first run this Saturday. However, yesterday, I was greeted by a
It said minimum item level static, not mid-level static. He's kind of reading this too fast.
familiar name sending me messages on Discord. He unblocked me and sent me this.
Hey man, just wanted to reach out and say sorry your time couldn't come around with the group. We were easily able to have a group and beat Ultima the way we described during our meeting. Ultima? That's not a Realm Reborn. What? Who's Ultima? Good luck getting a group. Hope you can open your mind in the future. Same night, by the way. What are they showing? Who did they defeat? Oh, Ultima! They probably referred to the Minstrel's Ballad. The extreme for Ultima weapon. Okay. So they're sending him pictures bragging about the fact that their strategy with the potions work. When they're doing old-ass content that even if you do it synced is way easier now than it was back then. And they think he thinks they accomplished something major using this obviously stupid-ass strat about using X potions. And choosing to then rub it in, like rubbing salt into the wound on this person who just asked a few questions about why they were doing it this way.
Hey man, wait. It says, hey man, just wanted to reach out and say sorry. your time couldn't come around with the group. We were easily able to have a group and beat Ultima the way we described during our meeting. Good luck getting a group. Hope you can open your mind in the future. Same night, by the way. More pots. It's more pots. It's more pots, guys. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's more pots.
Yeah, the people in chat are saying what needs to be said. What a fucking loser. To actually do this? Yikes, man.
Holy shit.
Childish isn't even scratching the surface. Oh wait, I just realized you guys... Once again, I gotta move my webcam up so you can see what the hell is the chat. They're saying what needs to be said though, that's for sure. There we go.
Holy shit. He's moved on to Final Fantasy 14.
Wow, that guy is so salty. Yeah, it's like... This guy got so fucking salty with this one random person that questioned his methods just for questioning his methods. How sensitive of an ego do you have to have? Holy shit. That not only do you get salty about it, that after you clear using your shitty, stupid strategy that you think is actually going to help in actual current game, end game stuff, like current Savage content, you're going to get kicked out of any group you go into with this mentality. But you get so salty that somebody questions this shit of you. That you not only clear with your shitty strat, because it's old content and it's easier anyway, but then you actually go out of your way to send this one person who just questioned your methods, probably politely too, like, pictures of it and then, like, brag about it. It's just, oh my god, dude, like, dude, let it the fuck go. Like, so one person didn't like your strat, okay, you kicked them out, you got someone new, good for you, move on. The fact that this raid leader, like, dwelled on it so long that they did this, Jesus Christ.
Same night, by the way. So unbelievably petty. It's so incredible. It is hilarious. Many laughs were had at this guy G-posing. He sent you the nice G-pose screenshots as well. Sorry you couldn't come around, bro. Just wanted to reach out because... I don't know if you heard, but...
Yeah, this guy in chat's saying the right thing. The beautiful irony of the open your mind comment. Who's the one that really needs to open their mind? You kick someone out without a question and block them immediately for asking a few questions. I think the one who needs to open their mind is you, asshole. Like, what the fuck?
We defeated Ultima from Realm Reborn. And, it's really easy. All we needed was more pots. Oh, and he instantly re-blocked me before I could reply. He re-blocked me before I could reply. So he sends you...
What a little bitch, dude! Holy shit! That's like some kindergarten shit. Oh my god. That dude is not gonna survive. He's gonna get chewed up and spat out by the community so fucking hard, whoever this is. When they actually reach like current endgame content. Oh my god, dude. That's how much of a sensitive little bitch they are not gonna last.
This, he unblocks you, sends it, and then blocks you again. So you can't say anything. What a flex. This is absolutely hilarious.
Yes, what a flex.
It's one of the best stories I've read on here. He just wanted to say, congratulations, Ultima was harder than Reborn. On the Minstrel's Ballad, Ultima was great. It was harder than Reborn. Clear. I know you've been working really hard. Ultima used to be harder. And I'm...
This guy's right. Miss Bungle in the chat. He should submit this to Preach for story time. Hell yes. Preach would have a field day with this shit.
happy that Ultima was harder. Achieve your goal of completion. I know your journey through Ultima used to be even harder. The content was filled with ups and downs. But you and Ultima Extreme used to be harder. Your group Ultima harder. Together through them all. Congratulations. UB used to be so much harder. Once again, and here's to more success in all your future. Ultima used to be harder endeavors. There are so many raiders who want to run mid eye level, no echo, Realm Reborn Extremes, but can't because of anxiety or lack of enough HQ healing pots. They see you running Ultima's Vein with a red flag raid leader as something greater. You spit on all those people in a way they actually don't like. Clear for 8 Ultima never happens. This hurts and doesn't help, but congrats.
The but congrats thing, dude. I'm so glad this copy pasta is still a fucking meme ever since Rich got his ultimate clear. Yeah, this is holy shit, 100%. I wonder how long it took them to modify that copy pasta just for this to try and emulate that salty ass. Oh my god.
Holy shit.
We need some high quality HP potions, guys. I'm gonna run this by people I know who actually do Savage content. I'm gonna be like, this is a good strat, right? This is good shit. Like we just need X potions, right? We see some high quality X potions, and then we can beat Ultimates. Dragon Song for prize will be nothing if we get some X potions, guys. 100%. See, all the few experienced Savage Raiders I know are gonna look at me and be like, "Get the fuck out!" Like just like that guy. Are you seriously coming in here with that shit, thinking that's gonna work?
Shit, dude. But yeah, it was harder. It did used to be harder.
There you go, that one guy. Who the fuck gloats about beating Ultima hard in any year after 2014? There's somebody who's experienced and has been around for a while.
Congratulations, but it was harder before. I want to do, it's the thing, that's my problem. I want to run the Realm Reborn Extremes, but I can't. Because I don't have enough healing pots because I have to use all my HQ healing pots on Palace of the Dead runs. So, that's the real reason I'm farming. I don't have enough healing pots.
I can't wait for Rich to raid an FF14 again so we can get more of these amazing copy pastas of people genuinely malding. Somebody said in the chat.
Because I have to use all my
But
HQ
congrats.
healing pots on Palace of the Dead runs. So, that's the real reason I'm farming out Palace of the Dead. A lot of health pots drop in there. And one day I'll be able to do Realm Reborn Extremes with more pots.
Somebody said, I bet that group can beat Uwu with X potion meta. There you go, yeah. Uwu's Ultima weapon... Ultimate? Is that what it's called? Whatever, the ultimate that involves Ultimate weapon, yeah. No, these people on Reddit are just talking about other shit. Oh. Right, that's the end of the video. It's gonna autoplay the next video on my playlist, so I'll just leave it at that. That's pretty much it. That one is just, it's low-key triggering. I just laugh about it instead because I realize how am I any better than that guy, right? If I let myself get triggered over something so stupid. That's some kindergarten shit, that person. Like, okay, your strategy worked. Sure, okay, it worked. Good for you. Maybe that person should have been more open-minded and just gone with it, and yeah, maybe things would have worked out, sure. And they did for you and whoever replacement you found for him. But why did you feel so fucking insecure that you had to do that? That you had to unblock this guy you kicked out when he hadn't done anything after that, and then message him bragging about the fact that your stupid little strategy actually worked, and then block him again so you can't hear his reply. That's literally what people... I didn't even know this was a feature until recently. That apparently now on Twitter you can lock your posts so that no one can reply to them. I can see that being useful for people who come in and are just complete dicks, which is pretty obvious. Like 90% of the time on Twitter, people are going to hate what you post no matter what you post. Yeah, there's going to be people who are going to be dicks about it. But there's a lot of people who are just doing it because they want to believe that they're right and don't want to hear anything to the contrary from anyone. So they're just like, nope, I'm locking my posts so no one can reply because I know what I'm saying is all they're really showing, they're not confident about what the fuck they're actually saying. They're totally insecure about whatever the fuck opinion they have, but they're scared of somebody coming in and proving them wrong, so they lock their replies, yeah. Then just stay the hell off Twitter, dude. It's like, but going back to this, it's just like, like, me personally, I'm probably only ever going to use Twitter for announcing when I'm starting a stream, and that's pretty much it. Because yeah, you start spouting opinions, and it's just, I mean, anywhere really, but especially on Twitter. Forget about it. People are just gonna fucking rail on you. So yeah, like, but again, going back to this, holy shit, dude. How petty and childish and insecure of a human being this is that they would go that far over somebody just saying, I don't know if I'm comfortable with this, and then just like fucking don't even say anything, you just kick them out, and then you do that. Like, holy shit, man, grow the fuck up. Damn, like that person who got kicked out was living rent. The person who made this Reddit post was living rent free in that dude's head, the one who kicked them out, like for like a week probably. They probably still weren't happy after they bragged. They unblocked him, sent that message bragging, and then blocked him. They were probably still suing by like, yeah, I got that motherfucker. Yeah, fuck him. We're not believing in it. We did it. We showed him wrong. We proved him wrong. Yeah, fuck him. You know, it's just like being like a little kid, like, yeah, fuck him. Tear coming out of his eye. How dare he not believe in my strategy? You know, it's like I showed him. Oh my god, dude. What a fucking baby. Ah, damn these people. Let me see the comments here. Seeing as this was a legit strategy in A Realm Reborn just tells me that the guide he got was so old, the website cookies went stale and moldy. Okay. Whew. To be fair, back in A Realm Reborn, it was a legit strategy to use pots, not healing, but poison pots and other pots. But that was when we were working against the system we had in A Realm Reborn, like technique points and lack of gear options. Way back in the day, in third coils, we used to weave poison pots in to meet DPS checks, but weaving health pots is a whole other level of galaxy brain. Yeah, definitely, go get them. Ton of naive sprouts who want to get into endgame, but only finish the Realm Reborn. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think when I first finished Realm Reborn, and I saw the side quest up, because remember, I'm someone who does the side quest with the MSQ. So I was doing all the side quests and finished every single side quest before the ultimate weapon, I believe is the last quest in Realm Reborn. Well, Praetorium is what I'm talking about here. Before Praetorium, I finished all of the side quests. After finishing it, I knew I was in the post game for Realm Reborn, but not in Heaven's Word or anything that comes after yet. And I was recommended to just wait to do that post game content, the extreme trials, the raids, until I was max level, and then just do it unsynced with a couple friends. So as soon as I saw those side quests, I was like, well, time to set aside my OCD and just keep going with MSQ now and not touch side quests anymore. And then come back at max level and do just that. Do the content unsynced. Fuck it. But I can see how some people instead just, fuck it, I'm going to go into Realm Reborn's post-game content right now, synced, with my level 50 gear, and yeah, I can do it, and then it's going to be, the rest of the game will be easy. When I get to, when I get caught up on the story and I'm on, like, Shadowbringers back then, or now Endwalker, endgame, I'll be already set to go. I'll be a pro already, yeah. I'm gonna walk in there and just be like, hey guys, my X Potion strat helped me finish all Realm Reborn Extremes at level 50. I'm a god, so all you current, like, god tier, quote unquote, Savage Raiders, move aside because there's a new player in town. My X Potion strategy is gonna blow all you out of the water. I'm gonna be running a world first in no time with my X Potion strategy. Bring it on. That's what this guy probably thinks he's gonna do. The dude from that's being referenced in this Reddit post. Holy shit. So yeah, they don't know they're being scammed by a smiling donkey, so they can easily end up having a terrible raiding experience and never want to raid or even continue playing into newer expansions. Veteran players can see this to avoid it, but generally don't call it out to avoid getting reported. Okay. I know it's inevitable, everyone is going to get into bad groups sometimes grouping with strangers, but these people who run these groups are definitely preying on new players not knowing the realities of raiding. Fair point, probably, yeah. What's the reply? What? There's no reply. Okay. That dude has the lowest amount of self-esteem of any living being. Yeah. To put it succinctly, yeah, that's definitely. The dude who felt the need to actually unblock this guy, send him a bragging message, and then block him again so he can't reply, yeah. This raid leader has an ego made of candy glass. That's a real thing, by the way. It's what they use in movies. For throwing somebody through a window without hurting them. They use candy glass. It's like such a delicate form of glass that it won't like stab you. It can't even like stab you. It'll just break on your skin. That's how delicate it is. That's how they throw people through windows in the movies. That's his ego. It's made of candy glass for sure. What a nice guy. Helping out inexperienced players with advice and even send them a picture of an ultimate kill as motivation. I want to be like him one day, heart. This is so funny. 2 of my friends and I did this fight in about half an hour with randoms from Party Finder when we were fresh 50s and we didn't have a single potion. Maybe I am a god gamer. No, you're just not an idiot who, you know, overthinks shit like this guy. This dude over here, he's 100% selling potions. Right? Maybe that's, yeah, maybe he's actually secretly 5-head and just wants to corner the market on X potions like Zeppelin. It's that minimum item level. It specifically requires high quality X potions. You can't do it without it, yeah. And they have to be bought on the same server as that static dictator from one specific retainer, otherwise they won't work, yeah. I love the sarcasm from Zeppelin's viewers in their comment section. That's good. Alright. I think I'm officially done for today. Holy shit. I'm done being a React Andy for now. Let me put the music back on. And yeah, like I said, I think I'll just come back tomorrow to actually get started on some proper Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker post-game content. Again, starting with the Yellow Marker side quests in, go ahead and transition back over to this. Oh, hey, Zara. Actually still sleeping it off from earlier, you know. No, that's not what I meant, asshole. I meant from when I was practicing the opener, okay? Jesus, you'll have some dirty-ass minds.
You suck!
Got him. Anyway. What was I saying? Oh, right. So, yeah, I'm probably going to start with the new Yellow Marker side quest that came out in... after finishing Endwalker. I went back to Ultima Thule and to fill out the map, because I really didn't do that. I got the little achievement for that. Excuse me. Yeah, I got the achievement for filling out the map, and then was like, oh shit, where did all these side quests come from? There's a fuck ton now. There's like a shit ton of Yellow Marker side quests that appeared in Ultima Thule after completing Endwalker, which I thought was really weird. I was like, that goes against my OCD, but okay. Weird design choice, but okay. But congrats. No. I'm just kidding. Yeah, so I'm probably gonna start with that, and then I'm gonna look up where to find and start the raid series. I think it's gonna, yeah, I'm gonna do the raids, and then after doing the normal raids, I will probably get started on 1.0 MSQ, or maybe something else that came out with 1.0, but is not MSQ. The role master quests, or the role quests. Because, you know, I did all those during my Endwalker playthrough. I want to see some closure for them. So they released that in 6.1, so I'll probably be doing those, and then, you know, 6.1 MSQ, followed by the Alliance raids. And then that'll be that. I think that's the plan for now. So I'll try to organize it. I hopefully won't get too many spoilers from doing it, but I'm going to look up at least where to start the quests for most of the main content, so I know which quests to save for last. And then do all the other blue and yellow quests first. So, yeah, that's more or less the plan for now. So that's what I'll do. But for now, this stream's pretty much over. This was just a 4-hour React Andy fucking catching up on mostly old news. Mostly. Mostly old FF14 news. But that's because it was stuff I wanted to comment on during the marathon, but I couldn't because I just wanted to stay focused on the marathon. I didn't want to interrupt the marathon videos to bring out something like this, like just a straight up, you know, just chatting stream videos. I felt like it would be out of place, so my OCD was like, no, let's wait until after we're done, even if some of the news is old by that point. So yeah, again, because of that, I know most of what I just commented on is pretty old shit that doesn't even matter anymore, but I want to get my thoughts on it out there at least before moving forward and doing more FF14 content. So there it is. And with that, I guess I will bid you all farewell. I guess I'm gonna have to log out. I gotta turn the controls back on. But, so yeah, thank you all very much for watching. as always, I appreciate you all very much, all the support on Twitch and YouTube. And let's see. What do I usually do? It's been a while. I don't even know if I did my usual outro when I finished the quarry. Whatever, you guys know my outro though. Please, take care of yourselves, look after each other, stay safe out there. And you know, until next time, please have a good morning, afternoon, evening, and good night. Peace. Take it easy, everybody. Whew, I gotta catch my breath and probably get a drink. My throat is dry as a motherfucker, dude. Whew. Take it easy, everyone.